The mic's picking it up.
I don't hear it on Discord.
Oh, because Discord does its own thing. Where it, like, blocks out sounds. But I think I've moved it. Yeah, I moved it away from the mic. It should be okay. Let me just turn this off instead. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's the Wickersham Leader Show with today's episode, Spin to Win. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Wickersham Leader Show. I have with me Zelrog today.
Hello.
We are starting a new playthrough today with Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex. I've played all the other numbered Crash games, so I guess now the only thing to do is to go back to the ones that were only numbered in Japan.
That's right, this was the Japanese Crash 4.
They're both...
it's pretty obviously borrowing some inspiration from the previous most successful Crash game.
Yeah, this game really doesn't do a whole lot to differentiate itself from Crash 3. Neither in structure or level design or, like, how the collectibles work or anything.
I feel like they kind of had their hands full just trying to swap Crash over to a new studio and console.
Well,
they just kind of tried to stay safe with the gameplay.
Kind of a lot of, yeah, there's kind of a lot of basically a story similar to what you said about that. But let's get into the game first and start. Ooh, music, turning that off. No more music. Ah, PS2 intro. What a weird thing it is in retrospect. I mean, all those little towers are, like, represent your save data, supposedly.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, how much save data, like, if you do it without, if you have it without anything installed, any memory card in, there'll be, like, very little towers. But they, like, add more to it
Red
over
Arrow
time.
Version?
Yeah. No, I mean, if you don't have a memory card, it'll run. But you get the, oh, man, my first PlayStation was the original fat model. And that thing was kind of a piece of junk after a while. The discs just, the discs just wouldn't read. It was a pain, let me tell you.
I've owned several PS2s, and the disc reader is always the first thing to go.
Yeah. So, this is like... What was
There's
it?
Oxide.
Universal Interactive Studios production.
I said there's Oxide.
Yeah, I guess there is Oxide. Kind of weird, he's not in the game proper, really.
No, just a cameo. Your mouse is on the screen on Discord. Is that picking up on it?
Nope.
Okay.
Cortex.
Yeah, it's off screen now. You happy?
Yes. Let me check the stream real quick. I just want to, like, double check audio levels.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Sounds good to me, too. So this is the original Black Label release, which means it has the crazy long load times.
So they did do a quote-unquote patch of this game. The greatest hits version has much shorter load times, which was one of the complaints people had with this game.
You can hear, oh my gosh, every time this thing tries to load, the microphone can definitely pick it up.
I had that with the Dreamcast. My Dreamcast got very, very loud.
The Dreamcast is just loud no matter what you do. The PS2 is not normally loud. And once we get into a level, it quiets down.
Imbeciles, fools, nincompoops.
Right, so this is the same, mostly the same voice cast as the PS2, the PS1 games. So we have Clancy Brown still as Cortex. Also, they look bad. Like,
they look kind of bad in Crash Warped, I'm gonna be real.
I don't know. I mean, well, the lip syncing was better. They're like, designs worked. Oh, they forgot the vocal. They forgot the voice thing on Engine's voice. For Crash's PS2 debut, this is definitely not. I mean, look how bad he looks.
Say, Doctor, haven't you been tinkering with some kind of new secret weapon in your laboratory?
No female entropy this time.
Dr. Cortex, I think he's referring to this super secret weapon you've been laboring over day and night since the last time Crash defeated you. Enough bickering!
Okay, so obviously they reference that Crash Warped happened. Like, they're talking about since the last time Crash beat them. How did they get out?
Don't worry about it.
That's it! If released, their destructive energy could create enough power to bring my secret weapon to life.
One thing I have started to become a little annoyed by is how often games during this time period didn't have subtitles. Oh, he said it. We gotta prepare for his wrath.
Did the title drop?
Honestly, the only character models that look decent is just Crash and Aku Aku. Like, Purah looks... What happened to Purah?
What's happening? No, it cannot be.
No, it cannot be. Uka Uka is free.
What's going on? Oh no! Crash! Look out!
Coco looks younger than she sounds in this game.
Yeah. And then she sounds like Jimmy Neutron later.
That my evil twin brother Uka Uka is up to his no-good tricks again. I must find out what he is planning. I'll meet up with you later.
I do miss Mel Winkler as Aku Aku. He had this great, like, fatherly, wise sound to him. Where is this?
My attention, Uka Uka. What kind of diabolical scheme do you and Dr. Cortex
This is
have
like
planned
this is like the magic space station in Crash Bash.
Oh, you're totally right.
No, not the elementals. Uka Uka, why did you release them? Don't you know what happened the
Why
last
did you
time?
release the elementals, Uka Uka? Don't you know you're not supposed to do that?
A couple of centuries back. You worry too much, brother. You cannot restrain them, Uka Uka. They are far too dangerous.
Also, the audio balancing sucks. I can't hear Uka Uka. I can't hear Aku very well.
Celebrity voice cast, if you weren't aware.
That's true.
Got,
That
Mark
is that
Hamill.
Mark Hamill as Pyro?
Away with this.
There is Mark Hamill and Gunnery Sergeant Hartman is one of the masks.
Oh, and Biff Tannen.
Crash, Coco, it is just as I feared. Uka Uka and Dr.
Also, the Coco in this game is apparently already Debbie Derryberry, so it is Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, I guess she just doesn't sound that much like her normal
before they destroy
Jimbo Neutron voice.
all of its inhabitants. The only way to stop the elementals.
Yeah, the difference in quality between Crash's model and everyone else is pretty staggering.
Crystals. Each elemental can be returned back to the annihilation state with a total of 5 crystals. We must act quickly. Coco, What is the status
I think
of
it's
the
the
new portal
textures.
chamber you've been working on?
Aku Aku looks very
Almost
flat.
finished. A few little adjustments
Oh,
here and
Tana.
there, and it'll be ready to go.
Well done, Coco. This gives us the ideal opportunity to test it. We must hurry.
It's a stylistic choice. It's like Skyward Sword.
And these PNGs. Hello, Lara Cross. It's not.
It's
Oh.
a long intro.
It is a pretty long intro, isn't it? I mean, considering the last game was Cortex's, excuse me, Cortex fails to experiment on Crash and steals his girlfriend,
Up the odds in our favor.
or Crash needs to go get his battery for Coco, or they built a time machine. So, we're not actually here. We're using, like, some VR thingy, right?
Yeah, that's really confusing about this game, because we're gonna go to, like, castles and things, which makes sense when we're time traveling. It's a little more confusing how we're, like, going to collect physical gems when we're in VR? Question
And
mark?
how come I can get hurt?
Yeah.
Like, if they, like, I don't know why they had to be this VR thing. Why couldn't you just teleport me?
Coco invented the pain station.
Actually, now that I think about it, this is gonna make even less sense when we get to the ending.
Still gathering crystals? Old habits die hard, don't they? My days are being
So,
spent
you've always
something
preferred
intriguing.
Clancy Brown for
Crunch,
Cortex, right?
my newest
A little
creation.
bit. I still think Lex does a good job.
I think Lex is great.
Keep sabotaging your master plan. Ha! You gotta be
There's Kevin Michael Richardson voicing Crunch. This is the only time Crunch will be important, and that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Like, he's in other games, but he doesn't do anything. I do miss Crunch, because I think his design is cool. He's like my favorite character, purely because of his design.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do anything interesting. Not even in this game. Alright. Now we're beginning. So, pretty much the same move as last time. I don't have the double jump. I'm kind of used to having the double jump by default.
Would you believe that, much like Crash Warped, you unlock the moves?
I would believe that, yeah. Because I know we...
What are you looking at?
Oh yeah, there's Biff.
Rocco, the Earth Elemental.
Rocco!
Uka and Dr. Cortex
Rocco, the
woke me
Earth
up from
Elemental.
slumber, and now I'm free to pulverize whatever gets in my way. Oh, don't even think about collecting those crystals, Runt. Because if you do, I'm gonna bury you alive.
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot games really aren't about the story. It has a pretty low bar, but...
I mean, they usually have a story, and it's usually fine. You know,
Yeah.
you're expecting, like, a story to be at least decent, right? It has
I'm
more
agreeing with you
story
that
than,
this
like,
one
your...
has some
You know,
holes
this, you
compared
know...
to the PS1 ones even.
Yeah.
And
I
I
mean-
really don't like how the series just continuously gets more and more, like, self-referential and overly cartoony.
Do you think Crash 4 pulls it back or leans more into it?
No, Crash 4 definitely pulls it back. Crash 4 did not open with a, like, Super Friends League of villains.
Villains. No, it's a more direct continuation to Crash 3's ending.
All right, evil stocks are way down.
Yeah, like we're doing we're ruining our evil stocks. My 401k is in shambles. All right. So he feels slippery.
Yeah, the engine is it's a bit slower. It's not quite as tight as the
I don't think we even fight engine. So if you wanted, like look at this and be like, "Oh yeah, this is, a sequel to Crash 3." Oh my gosh.
We get that back. Remember that?
Yeah, from Crash 1. But for all intents and purposes, this is just Crash 3 more. There's just more of it. And I suppose that's fine. Like, Crash 3 was good, so makes sense to try to emulate it. But the story I heard was that in the development of this game, they were really trying to expand upon this and make it more like unique, make it more of like an open kind of game, like a little bit more of a Mario 64 styled affair. But apparently, they constantly had problems. Just one, getting it to work since this console was new, and two, I don't remember if it was Universal or what, but there was difficulty even getting the concepts through.
Because I imagine the higher-ups would just tell them to just play it safe, do what works.
Something like that. But they would also, want new things. So they kind of had to, do everything new while also keeping it exactly the same somehow.
There are differences from Crash Warped. There are different level gimmicks. Which
well, yeah.
I, on average, like more in this game than Crash Warped. It's really mostly the engine that brings it down. Because I'm sure you can feel it.
I can feel it. Crash doesn't have nearly as much weight to him. As for the, oh yeah, somebody mentioned in chat the version of this game, Crash Bandicoot Worlds, that Game Hut showed off, which I don't remember. I don't think I saw that one. But I'm sure it's very interesting because I love everything that Game Hut, talks about.
Was there, an early build of the game?
Probably, given the description. I love how when you do a slide jump, Crash does, a bootleg Sonic Adventure pose. Oh, shoot. Well.
I don't know how much of it is the version of the game versus your PS2. It does look like it's struggling a little bit.
I'm playing on a Slim. And it's a Slim in decent quality. The Slim's not, bad or anything.
Yeah.
It could just be that this game just kind of has problems running sometimes. A lot of people have said that this is basically just Crash 3, but lesser. And, I mean, right now, it's not amazing, but I can certainly see where those comparisons would come from. Because we've got the whole warp room set up again. We're still collecting crystals. I mean, and as we get further into the game, it's going to get a little more frustrating. I don't know. I kind of want to try to collect all the boxes and everything. Because that's, for me, that's the Crash experience. You're kind of expected to go for 100%. At least a little bit. I think this is an
easier game than Crash 3.
Oh, great.
The relics are definitely, way, way easier, but I'm not going to be doing those.
Does this game ask you to do them like Crash 3 does?
I think it does have the extra levels for relics, yeah.
Okay. But if it's like Crash 3, then it probably only needs a Sapphire, which is probably going to be just fine.
Yeah. You just basically get through the level for Sapphire. This is a little intense for a first level, these jumps.
A little. But at the same time, it's kind of interesting that we're starting with an ice level. Oh, right. I can't get all the boxes on the first level, can I? Because I don't have the green gem.
No, that's a skull platform, so there might not be any
okay.
on that.
That's a skull platform, right. It looks like a green gem platform.
They always look like
that. The music in this game is actually pretty good. I've listened to the music for this for a while, and it's got a really nice sound to it.
Yeah.
Oop.
Which, boy, if this game had a troubled production, I can't wait to talk about Twinsanity.
Oh my gosh, Twinsanity. There's so much to talk about that game.
I'm currently doing highlights of my old stream of Twinsanity. It is the most unfinished game you could ever play on stream.
Oh yeah. Very unfinished. It's kind of amazing that it even came out. But it did give us some amazing cutscenes and Lex Lang.
They did. They definitely took a lot more risks with that one compared to this one.
This one has no risks at all. This is just by the book. It's Crash. You know, the sad thing is that I did a little test run of this a month ago when I picked up the game just to see how it ran. And I did I managed to get all the way to the death platform without without dying. All the way to skull platform without dying.
Well, now that you know it's there.
Yeah.
Oh, are there boxes on the...
There are boxes. Yeah. Wait, no.
What a mean first...
I got it, yeah. No, what I think what's on the skull platform is a gem.
Yeah.
There's a gem.
There are some skull or gem platforms in this game that have boxes on them, though.
Yeah. I mean, but that was the same in Crash 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Cold Hard Crash, anyone?
I don't remember this game having any of the... I don't think the worst level in this game is nearly as difficult as the worst levels in the originals.
Difficulty-wise, no, but, like, we're certainly not... You know, I don't think I'm certainly gonna get as good of an experience. You've always been kind of an apologist for this game, haven't you?
Yeah. I also am... Crash 3 is not my favorite of the original games.
Crash 2?
Crash 2 is my favorite, yes.
That's the prevailing
Crash
opinion.
3 was kind of when it started to go in the, like, really cartoony direction.
Mm-hmm.
Cortex started to become a joke.
I like his progression as a character in Crash 3, though. His, like, you don't see that kind of, like, personality for villains where they become so tired of it. They just want out. But his own obsession, like, prevents him from doing so. Like, he wants to stop, but when he senses the opportunity, he might actually be able to get rid of Crash. He, like, jumps at the chance before getting burned again and getting into another depressive episode. This game doesn't really follow up on any of that, does it? It just kind of has them looking at their evil stocks. So I'm gonna go for the skull platform. I'll tell you what was mean, though, for a first level. Crash 2 asking you to not get any of the boxes.
Yeah.
Although, at least if you played the level again, they would show you, like, a blank out of 0. Like, your first time through, it shows you blank out of the boxes, and then on the second time, it shows you blank out of 0.
That was an interesting thing to do. I'm playing Crash Warped on retro achievements right now, and most of the levels have an achievement for getting through with no boxes.
Ah. Some are harder than others.
Interesting way to play the game, yeah.
There's that Sonic Adventure pose again.
Yeah, you notice he has several different, like, slide jump poses.
Yeah.
No real reason for it, it's just flavor.
Yeah. Crash's personality is pretty intact as, like, a silent goofball. He's not really insane or, like, all that wacky like he would kind of end up being later.
Yeah.
Now I'm invincible, but I move at the exact same speed, so... It's a little disappointing. I can't tell you. I've seen people die there. Also, that lasted not very long at all.
Considering there's a level with like 150 boxes on it. Again, huge count for a first level.
Yeah, but most of them are Nitro.
Yeah. That's true. This game's very similar to Twinsanity, goes kind of nuts with the Nitros.
Yeah. Although Twinsanity is, like, structurally... Oh, great. That's
just lost.
What did I land on?
Work funny. So that's how death pits work in this game.
They're just a pit that has, like, a trigger to hurt you. Great. Did not know that. Did not know that. Starting with an ice level in general is kind of strange. Usually you don't get that in these kinds of games.
What were our first levels in the various Crash games?
In Crash 1, it was Insanity Beach. In Crash 2, it was Turtle Woods. And then in Crash 3, it was the medieval level.
Yeah.
Which is, like, the closest you get to, like, a grassland area. How am I supposed to dodge that?
And you can spin him.
Oh, I did not know that. I thought he was just something I had to...
Okay, so yeah, there's boxes here, but they're all destroyed by
But they're all destroyed by the Nitro, yeah.
Crash 3 was when I kind of felt like it started to lose its identity a little bit. Because you could kind of take any character and put them in a time travel setting, and they would have like those worlds and those scenarios.
Yeah.
Whereas Crash 2 really like Crash 1 started similar to how like Sonic started with the whole natural versus, you know, invasive science kind of thing going on.
Yeah, although
And
it was a
then
much
Crash 2
more
really-
personal goal.
Yeah. Crash 2 really drove that home, and it kind of had like an isolated Metroid sort of feel.
It's interesting that you mentioned that about the plot oriented, because I feel like Crash 2 was pretty plot oriented, given the fact that all those interactions with Cortex and Coco are mostly just there to serve plot.
It was, and it would be like really interesting if they didn't spoil it in the title of the game.
Yeah.
What was that about?
The rat. I don't know.
Anyone was going to buy anyway that like Cortex wasn't the bad guy of the game, but still.
I mean, yeah, we're on game number 2. I
It
mean,
was
I don't
an
know.
ambitious thing to do with something like Crash Bandicoot.
I gotta say I like I like that Embryo change sides, and I'm a little upset that in Crash 4 he's just evil again.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of like portraying him as more opportunistic than like good, which is why he's so readily available to switch sides. He'll just join whoever is there to further his goals. Which, like, okay, I kind of get. He's not exactly mentally stable, but I liked the idea of him being... Because in the first game, he was reluctant. He was like, it's not ready, Cortex. You know, we don't know what's going to do. And then in the second game, he's like, I need you to stop Cortex because, well, he sucks.
I think it's revealed on, like, Twin Sanity or something that the machine was Brio's invention.
No,
Cortex just kind of took credit
Mind
for
over
it.
Mutant.
Oh, was it Mind Over Mutant?
Yeah, because, like, well... Okay, Brio just kind of started saying he invented everything. Like, he said that he invented the Evolvo Ray. Although that one is, like, true, but, like, he starts saying he invented everything.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? What is it? Which me, I invented, read your Bible, I wrote it. That's, like, his best line in Mind Over Mutant.
Okay. I did one stream of Mind Over Mutant. I did one stream of Crash of the Titans. I didn't bother to finish either of them.
I heard that Crash of the Titans is actually pretty decent. I can't say for sure, but I'd be willing to do a playthrough of that.
I didn't care for either. Crash as a beat 'em up is a strange prospect.
Yeah. Crash is more about science versus natural rather than Sonic's chaos versus order theme.
I'm talking about like Sonic 1.
Yeah, we're talking about Sonic. Oh, we're already
The
we're
generators shoot them down.
right.
But Leo's using them to make the tornado.
These go down like nothing though. Like
Yeah,
this is
they
a
do.
pitifully easy plain level.
I also
compared
need to make
to,
sure. Well, I mean, getting the boxes should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
And unlike the dogfight, it's in Crash 3. It doesn't seem like they actually like go after me and attack me.
No, this is way toned down compared to those.
Wrath of Cortex is greatly underrated. The water levels are horrible, and the camera not being fixed really messes with gameplay.
Right,
That doesn't really
underrated.
help your first point of saying they're underrated. Otherwise, I love it. How many boxes are in this level?
I like the water levels in this. I dislike the water levels in this game less than Crash Warped. Because a lot of the gimmick levels in this game turn into platforming levels halfway through.
Wait, are there boxes in this? I mean, where's the box counter?
There are boxes. I don't know why the counter's not appearing.
I don't see any more balloons, so I'll just assume I got them all.
No, there are more balloons.
They're like medical balloons, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
those
there's
count.
the. Oh, okay. Crash Wrath of
But-
Cortex breaks the Geneva Convention.
What is the plot of this level? Why is Cortex making tornadoes?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay. I guess you don't need a box counter because you can physically see all the balloons. I don't know.
It does seem like an oversight that is not included. Maybe I don't recognize it because they fixed it in the greatest hits version.
Maybe they did fix it in the greatest hits version.
I appreciate Crash 4 because it did go like fully back to pure platforming. I never liked all the like vehicles and gimmicks they tried to do.
In Crash 3. No, that tracks. That's like, I know you. That's pretty spot on.
Which, if they were going to copy Crash 3, like they did with this game, I'm glad they toned down the difficulty because it means you have to suffer through those kinds of levels a lot less.
However, Crash 4 is horrible to like 100%.
Yeah, it sure was.
I am never doing that.
It didn't need to be as difficult as it was.
They didn't. No.
It could have been a good game. With
you know what it could have been? They could have just had you like They could have just had like one box gem for breaking all the boxes, and then like another one for getting 80% of the Wumpa, and then you could have had the same thing for the inverted version, and that would have been like enough if you had to include the inverted version. But I don't think you did, especially since a lot of those art styles suck.
They're not fun to play on. Yeah. I think there was only like one that affected gameplay because it had like underwater physics a little bit.
Yes, and it was in the last world, and underwater it's in like the food truck dimension.
Yeah.
You want a piece of me, Bandicoot? Huh? Do ya?
Hey, Heifer.
Yes, Rock. Oh, right, that Rocco. This
oh
game,
baby, oh baby, oh baby.
This game is a hoot. Not really.
What are your overall opinions on the original trilogy?
Crash 1, a little too difficult for its own good. Mostly, although I can complete it, but trying to, oh, we already got one of these. Okay.
With Monkey Ball.
I've heard these are pretty fun, though, so...
I love these levels. I'm so glad that they're in this game, because this is, like, one of my biggest selling points for this game over Crash 3.
Uh-huh. Do you like this game on the whole more than Crash 3?
I think they're close.
They're close for you.
I like the levels in this game more than Crash 3.
I think I like Crash 3 more than this so far, mostly just for the way Crash controls.
Yeah.
And when we get to it,
that is the big shortcoming.
And when we get to it, Crunch is going to be the only boss in the entire game.
Yeah. Not like Crash bosses were ever like a high bar, but
I mean, until we see what they did with the other bosses. What was I talking about? I was gonna say something.
The writing and the tone in this game like stinks, but
yeah,
that doesn't really ruin a Crash game for me.
I'm more of a gameplay over story kind of guy anyway.
Yeah. You ever play Marble Madness?
Yes, I had it on... I had, like, the Game Boy Advance port that's infamously terrible.
What's wrong with it?
It's missing 2 levels.
Yeah. That was a... 1984? That was an unforgiving game on the NES. You die once and that's it.
Yep.
I tried streaming it. I lasted, like, 15 minutes. Probably should have like used save states. I didn't think of it.
Or rather, not even 2 levels. I think it's missing like half of the levels of the original Marble Madness. Because it was, it was one of those.
Headache.
It was
Nick,
on.
There's nothing past those nitros. This is a completely pointless platform.
Then why, huh?
It doesn't even help. Like,
why did they make this?
I have no idea why this exists.
Okay. Well. I made it up there anyway, so I'm not.
Good job.
I'm not, too scuffed over it. And hey, this game doesn't have like 3 deaths or less requirement.
Was that some of the gems?
Yeah,
it was one of the gems.
It was one of the gems in Crash 4, and then you also had the perfect medal, which you got for doing the whole thing deathless.
Yeah, getting every box with no deaths.
Yeah. So
Crash 1 style.
You might as well just play the game. Might as well just play every level like that. Is there nothing in here too? Oh no, there's something here. See, you never know.
Aha, that was the purpose of the first one, to make you think that you didn't have to check the later ones. It's mind games and Crash Bandicoot.
I flippin' knew it. These people are crazy. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna check that elevator.
I've mentioned this before. I feel like it's pretty common in trilogies that the first game sets a foundation, the second game gets it just right, and then the third game kind of runs out of ideas and tries to introduce another different gameplay styles and gimmicks.
That was especially prevalent during, like... Well, it was especially prevalent with Crash and Spyro. Those are, like, the two poster boys for this.
Donkey Kong Country.
I don't think... Okay,
Donkey Kong Country 3 is very gimmicky.
It's very gimmicky, but it's not in, like, a similar way to this. Like, it doesn't... It does Mario-styled gimmicks, right? Where it introduces a concept and then builds upon it within the level, as opposed to, like, what Crash and Spyro do, where they introduce multiple playable characters, vehicle segments, and the like. Donkey Kong Country 3... Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 3 is still basically the same as it was before. It's just what you're doing in the level is a little different.
I guess. I suppose there's some bias because I just don't like the level gimmicks in Donkey Kong 3.
Dang it. There's no Aku Aku in this level.
Nope. Can't have him on a ball. I don't know why. I guess that must break the levels in some spots if you could.
Yeah, I
These
guess.
levels have the only, like, difficult relics in the game. They really want you to blaze through these levels.
And I can see how doing these relics would kind of suck.
You're going backwards, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I am, aren't I?
Yeah, jump it.
No thank you. I kind of figured I was going backwards when I didn't see any boxes, but I was just gonna check. They really made the Wumpa look like mangoes in this one.
Imagine my disappointment when I learned that Wumpa fruit weren't real. Oh, you got sent way back.
Wait, I'm
Is there
here?
not a checkpoint?
There must have not been. No wonder. I thought I was, like, in that other area. Okay, that's weird. Well, at least there's enough Wumpa and lives they're throwing at me to, like, make up the difference.
Yeah.
Like,
This
they're
game is
just
very
tossing
generous.
lives at me.
I guess that was also the case with Crash, the original games. It was just, like, you needed the lives more in those ones.
Yeah. Crash 2, I found not so much.
Crash 2 is definitely the easiest of the originals.
Crash 2 also was just sometimes very sneaky, like with that stairway of nitros.
Yeah. The giant polar bear pit you could jump down. Actually, there were two of those.
You're right. Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
I can't believe that the professor from Gilligan's Island would waste his time building such a huge construct.
And he could never build a boat.
Yeah. Bamboo marble track? Perfect. Bamboo television.
Bamboo radio. And there are also all these other people that would come onto the island and they would somehow get out, but the crew could never leave.
You know, I'm really bothered by the plot holes in
Gilligan's Island. If it was a 3-hour tour, how are they so far away from civilization that they can't get anyone?
Imagine a Riverdale style, like a reboot of Gilligan's Island. It's just like dead serious. It's all drama.
That's Lost.
Yeah.
Wow, they got me again? Wait.
I think this is just an alternate path to the exit.
Is this?
I don't think you need to go that way.
But now I'm all the way back here again.
They're
Well,
really stingy with the checkpoints on this level.
I feel like that area with the 4 crates would have been perfect for another checkpoint.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I won't go that way and see what happens. Worst case scenario, I guess I can hit the nitro button and then go all the way back.
I will say, I think this is a much better transition. This is a much less bad transition than Spyro had to the PS2.
Absolutely. But Spyro's transition to the PS2 was infamous in how bad it was.
Spyro's first PS2 game, Enter the Dragonfly,
Yeah.
was more unfinished than this, but not as unfinished as Twinsanity.
I think it was more unfinished than Twinsanity.
That's a bold claim.
Because, like, there's just some things in Spyro that just... I mean, look, we got... I'll give you that, though. They're both really unfinished, so maybe comparing to how unfinished they are is not... I don't know. I guess the thing that gives Twinsanity points for me is that it's got way more charm.
Yeah. That's a word for it.
I mean, the character dialogue, the cutscenes, the interactions between Cortex and Crash are, like, usually pretty funny. I find that to be, like, the game's high point, is that it's got a nice blend of humor. Unlike this one, which kind of takes itself a little too seriously.
I guess. I always thought Crash's humor was kind of rooted in it not being too on the nose.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we're just not gonna go that way.
Surely there must be a checkpoint like right past this spot that we just haven't gotten.
Or it's the end of the level.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh my gosh. Well. No wonder. What, that means it was like on screen
Yes,
before
several
and I
times.
missed it. I hear a mosquito. There's the box gem. Oh, that's not a mosquito, that's the teleporter.
But why does Crash need to be in a ball?
I don't know. He's up for anything, though.
Consider for a moment that Crash Bandicoot is the opposite of Donald Duck.
All right, I'm hearing you.
If you combine them, you get a complete outfit.
Oh, well then why not combine him with Mickey?
That's true. Mickey does. Well, Mickey wears pants that just go very high on his
Mickey
body.
wears shorts and shoes.
Mickey wears like
They had an episode
pants.
about that where they couldn't get
Did
into they couldn't get in because Mickey was wearing shoes, but Donald was wearing the shirt, and if they didn't have shoes or a shirt, they couldn't get service, right? So they're fighting over who gets to wear the whole outfit. And Mickey wears nothing under his shorts. This is a nice load screen.
Yeah.
I know you can play as Coco in some of these levels.
You can. This is the first game in which Coco is fully playable
And a
as walking
platformer,
around and
yeah.
platforming. Not nearly as good at it as Crash is, but she is playable.
Yeah. Hello, Conker. Oh, this game brings back enemies rather that you have to like jump or spin on to take care of, because Crash 3 actually got rid of those.
Crash 3 did have a couple of enemies like that. It had the Egypt levels had enemies you had to slide like these guys. These guys can't even hurt you, though.
Oh, really?
You can just walk into them. They don't care.
Do they just push you around?
Wait, they don't even do that. They just stand there.
Huh. So, why is this castle here?
Yeah, it's a good question, because again, this made sense in Crash Warp because it was about time travel. This is positing that either A, the crystals exist in some virtual space, or B, this just, like, exists somewhere in the Crash world.
Yeah.
Which I would buy more after, like, later games, I guess.
Whew.
The Crash world was, like, weirdly down to earth before now, but then, like, Twinsanity comes along and there's, like,
This could be cool. I mean,
villains.
CTR had Cortex Castle.
Yeah.
And that game is canon. That happened.
I mean, the original Crash games had Cortex Castle.
Yeah, but it's not... Oh, I guess so, but it's a little... I don't know, Cortex Castle and that's, like, a little different than this.
It wasn't as, like, medieval.
Yeah. It had, like, stone walls and stuff, but it was more like evil scientist lab and
It
less...
also didn't have, like, knights and dragons around, though.
Yeah. Oh.
Speaking of...
Oh, I cannot see in front of me at all.
Yeah. This is, not as much leeway as you have in the previous Run From levels.
Conquer, this is the PS2 Black Label version, so I have the full load times. Oh, shoot! I was not expecting him to break... I should have expected him to break out. And I'm dead. Why did he make an elephant noise?
Things that don't return in this game are the Crash 3 motorcycle levels.
That's okay.
Well,
I wasn't as big of a fan of those.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I hated those. And the jet ski levels are also not in this one.
okay, those I did not like either.
And there were a lot of them. There were like 4 or 5 motorcycle levels.
And then, yeah, and then as for the jet ski levels, the less I think about Hot Cocoa, the better. Wait, didn't I have an Aku Aku?
Did you?
Thought I did.
Now, I'm pretty sure nitros work as normal in this game. In Crash Twinsanity, it doesn't matter if you have a mask. They just kill you instantly.
Also, the game is really stingy on masks anyway.
But this one?
No, Twinsanity.
Yeah.
Seems like you almost never have them. Crash 4 is really stingy with Aku Aku. Like, there are multiple levels where he's just not there. Shoot, I cannot see in front of me. That's terrifying.
I tried the Crash Game Boy Advance games, and they're better than I expected.
I heard they were pretty good.
Game Boy Advance games. They control about as well as this does, though, if not worse.
That doesn't
Like,
sound
they're only
too
good
bad.
by the standard of being on the Game Boy Advance. But like,
that's
for
a gem
example,
platform, isn't it? Or is that a...
I think that's a skull platform.
Oh, gosh. Alright. Hope there's no boxes on that route. Guess we'll find out.
The main thing with the GBA games is that Crash can't, like, buffer actions, which basically means he can't slide jump, which is really bad for a Crash game.
I mean, you can slide jump.
You can't really do it on air, though, which is kind of essential.
Do I have to jump up there somewhere? No,
No.
okay, they just put those
Wow,
guys...
that was the whole level.
That was the whole level, wasn't it? Oh, okay. And there's the box gem. I guess that skull platform is strictly to just get the next color gem.
Twinsanity is my favorite game I can't play anymore.
Why
Because
can't
you
you...
don't own a PS2.
Oh, you can't emulate it? It was on the
PS2
GameCube.
is- Oh, yeah, it was.
So is this.
Crash, gotta have them all.
Gotta have all of them, yeah. Multi-platform. It is
I
kind
mentioned
of...
this- So, I posted a, like, very raunchy advertisement for this game. And it's interesting because this game really doesn't do anything, like,
Oh my
very
gosh.
edgy.
Conker's
At a
right, it wasn't
time-
on GameCube, sorry.
at a time when that was like the in thing to do for all of these series was to really push boundaries. Because this was the mid 2000s.
Right. This was 2001 actually.
I would have expected this game to be a lot raunchier, which Twinsanity did end up being.
And roll your bandicoot butt.
All right.
GameCube Twinsanity. Okay.
It was planned to have one. That makes sense.
So this wasn't on the GameCube either.
This was.
That advertisement was advertising the GameCube version.
This
of the
is
game.
on the GameCube. This
Oh,
was
this
on the
is?
this was on the GameCube. Yes, not Twinsanity though. I'm not playing that version, but yeah, I prefer to get my I don't know. I'm like a console purist. I prefer to get my Crash games on the PlayStation, except for Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled because I didn't want to pay a second subscription to have online.
Did that ever release on
PC? No.
That's the only one that didn't. Crash 4.
Actually,
I had assumed it wouldn't because of CTR not, but then they did it like 2 years later.
oh, they can damage you.
Okay, only if you jump on them. If you just run into them, you're fine.
Yeah, they just bump you back. Wait.
They don't even do that. So now is that going to count for? I don't know if that. Like,
Usually it
invalidates
doesn't.
the platform.
Usually, if you do the level from the beginning, it doesn't count. I mean, I don't have a reason to break the checkpoint crates, right? Because I'm never gonna... If I'm not planning on dying...
Just forgo that mask.
Masks won't save me from a pit. And all the lab assistants are just... the whole lab assistants are robots, I remember now. Well, I didn't mean to break that crate, just kind of force a habit.
That was like a reveal in Crash 3, and it just kind of never comes up again.
Yeah. He finally made female lab assistants in Crash 4.
Did he?
Yeah.
Which itself just kind of very subtly speaks to the sad life of Cortex, that the only people he can get working for him are the people he makes.
Yeah.
And Brio.
And Engine.
Oh, I was going to say, the Brio thing in Crash 2, it's kind of... Even then, it was kind of... could be taken as opportunistic, because it's not like he had altruistic motives in that game. I feel he more just kind of wanted to get back at Cortex.
Yeah.
I
It
think there's a
just
little
it
bit
just
of
happened
ADD.
to align with the good guys, I guess.
I don't like that they like retcon that and just made him evil again, though. I agree with that.
Oh, I think they kind of played into it in 4 though, because he pretends to be your friend,
Yeah.
but then he turns himself into the Pteranodon. Is the blue gem on this stage? I don't know which gem is on this stage.
They kind of just flanderized the characters over the course of the series' life.
Yeah. Although Crash 4 does change a lot of it does like keep some of the dynamics intact and change some of them.
Crash 4 definitely handles it better than the PS2 era games.
I am not personally a fan of Dingo Dial being a hero, but I liked playing as Dingo Dial.
I don't really mind, because he's basically a neutral party.
Yeah, I suppose he is a neutral party.
This was foreshadowed in Crash Bash. Tune in for more Crash Bandicoot lore.
But Brio was on the evil side.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't Tiny on the good
His
side?
return to evil was foreshadowed in Crash Bash.
Wasn't Tiny on the good side too?
Yes, Tiny and Dingo Dial were the two.
Flippin' Tiny and Dingo Dial. You had Brio and Rillaroo, and you put Tiny and Dingo Dial on the good side.
If only Crunch had existed one game earlier.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have gotten Qualicong in the game then. Would have been Tiny and Crunch.
Yeah.
Have you? I just remembered what they did to Tiny in one of the PS2 games where they just turned him into Mike Tyson.
Oh, that's Crash the Titans.
Yeah.
And he didn't, and he was like, and it's the same guy. They turned him from a This is the other thing. They ruined, like, because a Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah.
And that's like a marsupial from Australia. I just could not get around that box, I guess. And like that fits in with all the other characters being marsupials, right? Potaroos and kangaroos and bandicoots, you know, that sort of things. All Australian animals, and then he turns into a Bengal tiger, which is from like China. I didn't want to break that.
The no boxes achievements make it really hard to like trust spinning enemies.
Yeah. You gotta jump on him a lot more. Can I stop getting stuck on boxes?
Man, and every time this happens, we gotta go through the
We gotta go through the warp room, yeah. Maybe I should just start spinning a lot more.
This probably isn't even a colored gem.
Do you think it's just another white gem?
Yeah.
No way to find out until I go check.
Yeah.
Unless I Google it, but I don't feel like Googling it. Yeah, they turned Tiny into a Bengal tiger for that game, and it's a little weird. I mean, his personality is completely different, but it's the same guy. He even complains that he wasn't in the last game, referring to Tag Team Racing.
This is a series that's kind of always gone through devs that don't really seem to care about it that much.
Yeah, Universal. So it was Naughty Dog, and then it was. This one has Konami's logo on it, but I'm pretty sure this was made by Vivendi.
Yeah.
Or like what would become Vivendi, Universal, and Traveler's Tales.
It is Traveler's Tales.
And then Vivendi Universal did Twinsanity. And then it was... What was the... Was it like something called Joystick? Or something like that that did Crash of the Titans and...
I don't know.
Can't remember the name of it.
There was also Crash Tag Team Racing, which was...
Which was by the same people as Crash of the Titans.
Wasn't a great game.
It's not... No, it doesn't really have the high-speed action that you expected from Team Racing. Or even Nitro Kart, now that I think about it.
It's just like
it broke it again. I have to slide into that guy.
Technically, all of this stuff will be easier once you go through the game and have like the double jump.
That's true.
So it might not be worth like worrying about gems too much until then. Tag Team Racing is just... It's a fundamentally flawed concept that, like, really shouldn't have gotten off of the drafting room floor.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole premise of that game is that you can latch on to any of your opponents at any time.
Yeah.
And just kind of coast to the end of the... And then just detach at the end.
Yes, and I saw... Okay, they do work fine in this game. I saw somebody talk about it. And they were like, just go find Engine, latch onto him, and win. Or better yet, play Engine, and latch on to anyone, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like, why even play the game? Why race? Also, that smoke sucks. That it totally obscures the jumps over the pits.
It sure does.
I can't wait.
Son of a gun!
Oh, no! I thought you were gonna die to one of the fire coals.
Not to the bat. Nope.
I think once you like land on the death platform, it stays there, but I don't think it will.
Oh no, I have to restart again.
You should come back to this with double jump.
Yeah, we'll try it again with the double jump. Was it Cat Icarus? Yes, it was Cat Icarus. Who talked about...
Cat Icarus.
Yes, Cat Icarus. Yeah, the one who... and that was the one who talked about, you know, finding... Just play Engine. It's interesting that it's got the overworld segment, but it's kind of like... Like, Diddy Kong Racing is what I kind of hold a lot of other racing games standards to. Like, in terms of an adventure mode, right? And I think Tag Team Racing is, like, a bit of an interesting way of going about it, but it's not one that I would choose, mostly because, like,
It's not very good platforming.
No, it's very basic platforming.
They tried to do too many things with the game, and they didn't do any of them well. In my opinion.
I think that the overworld should still be the driving. Like, you should try to find something interesting. Like, making an overworld, it's pretty hard to make it fun to traverse in a car. I get it, right?
The first 2 games did a pretty good job of it. Not as well as Diddy Kong Racing, but they were still fun too.
They were still fun.
It's rare that like kart racers have single players.
No, yeah.
Well, Mario Kart doesn't. But...
Well, Mario Kart is usually, but like Sonic Team Racing had one, but that was a mission mode. Wait a minute.
Yeah, minecart level.
Is this the level where you can do nothing and still like win?
I don't know. Is that a thing?
There's one of the levels where you're racing Crunch, and you can win without doing anything.
That is one of the bonus levels. Wasn't aware you could win without doing anything, because I think there are nitros on the track on that level.
Like, well, Cat Icarus was, when he did his video about it... Oh, shoot. Okay, don't go that way. When Cat Icarus did his video on it, he showed footage of Crash just sitting there, and he beat Crunch without doing anything.
Maybe. Crunch's path is, like, basically random in that level, so there, you can, like, play perfectly and still lose.
Oh, great. Okay, so I don't think I can finish this level because of that yellow gem path.
You can't get that. Yeah, you can't get that gem path. You could technically get all the boxes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to get all the boxes to the best of my ability. I also imagine that, like in the other Crash games, getting a game over doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah, no. It's okay, Crash. You only got a game over in VR.
Yeah. Also, I missed a box. Whatever. I'll try this one later. I guess also the perspective we're working with here doesn't help.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, that just snuck up on me.
Some memorization, because you're right, you can't always see what's coming at you. You don't have a lot of reaction time.
Oh, and the second half of this level is just this?
Yep. So this is what I was saying. A lot of these gimmick levels just kind of turn into platforming partway through. Which means the gimmick sections are, like, very short. As a result.
I could not see. I did not see the drills on the sides. Crash doesn't even say whoa when he dies. Doesn't say anything.
Yeah. This game was rushed. They couldn't afford to get the voice actor in.
They couldn't afford to just reuse the archived. Never mind, there it is. There's the whoa. I guess when you do that one death animation, he doesn't get it.
Did he whoa when he did this in Crash 1?
Good question. I don't think so. I think the whoa was when he, like, fell off or something. Hang on, I gotta...
You already missed, like, a box on the minecart section.
That's
so
true, I missed one box there.
Don't really need to worry about them at this point.
I guess I do want to see if there's... Okay. I mean, I guess I would want to see if I, like... If I get them all and I realize that there's, like, a whole bunch that I missed, then it's like, oh, there's an alternate pathway I didn't get. I do wonder what's on that yellow gem path, though. Probably not any boxes. They've been pretty nice with not having boxes on the alternate pathways.
I think it's just a bunch of nitros and a white gem.
Mm-hmm. Plus, the boxes have Wumpa in them. What the heck is this? What are they making?
Making swords.
Making asteroids.
Meteorites.
Are there any no deaths past in this? Yes. That's why we're moving on, because we don't have the bonus. We don't have, like, the special abilities or anything. Do we have
the
Oh, you go first.
Was it the next game that they immediately did the Mr. T thing with Crunch? Was that Nitro Kart?
No. Crunch has the same VA as this game. It's still Kevin Michael Richardson, so...
I think he's doing the Mr. T thing, though.
No. Well, Crunch didn't even, like... The only thing Crunch did... Okay, so I'm going to kill myself here. I can't get that. No, I remember Crunch's dialogue. He didn't... He would say, like, they don't make them like they used to, and he, like, just sounded normal. Or when he's talking to Aku's like, I don't think that's the best way to, like... Forget what they were talking about. Something to do with weightlifting, and then Crunch says, nah, just eat less and exercise more.
So gaining muscle's easy. Just
Yeah.
keeping them on that's hard.
Implies that implies that Crunch worked for his muscles and they are not genetically enhanced. There we go. Did one of the mask the Full Metal Jacket Sergeant? Yeah. Ernie something.
Yeah, he's doing the Mr. T thing. I just looked up the cutscene.
Are you sure? Because in Nitro Kart, I'm pretty sure he sounds normal.
No, he's doing
Because
like
the first
that
time he has,
inflection, that
the first time he's got the Mr. T voices in Tag Team Racing.
Maybe he does it more strongly in Tag Team Racing.
Because that's when he actually says, like, fool and stuff. Oh, I could not crouch. Oh my gosh, he takes forever to crouch. That's so bad. Okay, just making sure there's nothing backwards. Oop.
I think the texturing in this game is really the weak point of its graphics. Everything just looks flat and plastic.
Everything does look pretty flat. Okay. Cool. It's pretty easy to avoid these guys, though. They just kind of aim in one direction and throw. Wait, I can just... Can I not walk under this?
I think you have to jump, yeah. I wonder how much of these levels are loaded in at once. Because that was like the breakthrough.
I'm missing
PS1
two
Crash
boxes.
That was like the technological breakthrough of the PS1 Crash games, is how they only loaded what was strictly necessary at a time.
Yeah.
On this camera.
They had culling like crazy. I don't know what this game's like on the technological back end. Both of them were on the minecart, so I just gotta do that again. Oh, big news dropped today. Charles Martinet is stepping down for Mario.
which I guess people were theorizing after the Super Mario Wonder trailer.
Yeah, they heard the voice and they were like, that doesn't sound like Martinet. That sounds like someone new. And on some level, I have to wonder, how difficult is it to voice Mario?
They're not hard voices.
Oh, I can't do it until I beat Crunch. Okay.
I would just wait. I would just not go back to gems until you have the double.
Well, that one doesn't need the double jump or anything.
No, but it'll make the level as a whole easier.
When do I get the double jump?
I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
Eventually.
like the Bandicoot's been busy collecting crystals. I warned you, Bandicoot.
Finally, I get to wrap
My fingers around your puny orange neck. Joke's on you, Crunch. Crash doesn't have a neck.
Whoa!
Whoa! Free on a technicality.
He is just kind of a head with arms, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, especially in the PS1 days. He has, like, more of a defined head now. Okay. Dum-ba-dum-bum, dum-ba-dum-bum. Guess I'll just go in a circle and look to see.
I think the other rock is going in the same direction you are. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Beyblades.
Oh.
Rip.
I have health as a percentage. So that's the gist for this fight, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
This is really the best the Elementals could do after bragging about starting the Ice Age.
Yeah. That's
Look.
kind of a shortcoming on trying to like have such a dramatic plot. I don't know how dramatic a plot, but like try to brag about how powerful they are when this is your like boss fights. There's some later that like look cool, but
Ooh. There we go. I like Crunch's camo pants. Ow. Help me. Oh. Someone paused.
sorry, I got a text.
Uh-oh. Am I dead? Nope. Not quite. Just gotta find...
I believe in you. Believe in the heart of the balls.
Yeah, okay. This is a little, aggravating.
Yeah.
Oh, and I take 1% of damage if I hit an orange boulder.
I think it depends on how like fast you're moving when you hit them, but they cool off eventually.
Yeah, and I'm dead. Oh, my eyes close when I reach 0. I mean, I'll give him this. It's a unique boss fight, but I don't know what was wrong with having a boss fight where I just run and jump.
Boss fights have always kind of been a weak point of Crash games. They've always been just kind of jokes. Not saying this is like better necessarily, but it is different, I guess.
Where is the boulder? There it is. There we go. big ol' rock. Oh. I can't hurt him.
So is this taking place in virtual reality?
I guess so. Hey, wait a second. Look at those that square, triangle, circle statues. Is that a PlayStation thing? It may be.
It's a tribute to the Magic Koopa.
Oh my gosh, Crash 4. Oh my gosh, Crash 4.
You know, we probably could have seen Crunch come back in like a Crash 5 or something, but I don't know if there'll like be a Crash 5.
Yeah.
Crash 4 just kind of seemed like a send-off to the series.
But it has a cliffhanger.
Does it?
Yep.
Oh, right, the stupid 100% ending.
Yeah.
Second most disappointing completion reward that I've ever seen after Jak and Daxter.
Yeah. There we go. At least Jak and Daxter was fun to complete.
Yeah.
I play that game all the time. It's my favorite PS2 game. We got the sneak shoes. What? That's our first upgrade? Oh.
What was the first upgrade in the original game? It was
the super belly flop.
Slam.
Yeah. I've heard about the sneak shoes. I've heard how bad they are.
They're barely used.
Yeah, and that's what makes them suck. Also, you can't walk on every nitro crate in the game. You can only walk on the nitro crates that they specifically mark as you being allowed to sneak on. What about Sunshine? Sunshine had a much worse 100% completion rating.
What was the reward?
You got a postcard at the end screen. You gotta, like, have a good summer with a picture of all the characters on it.
I still think that's better than a cliffhanger.
When are you and that super weapon of yours going to put an
Can Mario really do a cliffhanger?
You are beginning to test my patience. I'm working on a Duka-Uka. Listen, Crash, you may have outsmarted Rocco, but
You know what? Both Mario movies, I just realized, have a cliffhanger.
would have it they are all significantly more powerful. Ha! I have no doubt that the
How did the first one end?
Daisy comes back into the Mario Brothers plumbing, and she's like, Koopa's back, or something like that, or something has happened, and she, like, arms up with, like, a gun or something, and then it cuts to black.
rip you limb from limb.
Oh, I should save.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest that. Stop moving.
Oh, there we go. I thought it just would automatically get me up there like it does with the PS1 games.
The PS1 games, you also have to, like, stop moving.
Well, no, because just standing in front of it doesn't do anything. You have to, like... You have to...
Oh, you just stand in front of it. It's more finicky in this version, but it's the same way it's always worked.
Nope, you have to stand in front of it here. And, oh, but it also works if you stand there and press X. Interesting.
I didn't know they ever worked pressing X.
Well, that's how it, I mean, it's how it works in this game, I don't know. So we got the Rain Elemental.
Jungle Rumble.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was Daisy who was like, you'll never believe this, and Mario just says, oh, I do, and then the movie ends.
Crash Bandicoot, you've got some nerve.
There's, there you are.
Wow.
Back to me.
You've never been to Wawa?
Problem of yours.
We haven't played as Coco yet.
No.
That's not a war. Yeah, let me see your war face.
Pretty sure she's in this workroom.
She only gets the... She gets, like, just the lame kick.
Yeah. You got like kung fu moves, but she's not that good at them. She's a yellow belt.
It was white when I got it. Bum 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 bum. These trees remind me of Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts.
Oh, there's some. I just noticed some like culling out. You see that?
Yeah. And actually hear the PS2 trying to load this. I can't stop it. Oh, great. Now he's dead.
Look at little Toontown fella.
What?
He looks like a Toontown.
Oh,
fella.
does he?
Yeah, like look up close.
He looks like Sonic.
He looks like Sonic.
He's got like the Sonic eyes.
Eh.
They're basically just a textured version of those lab assistants. Put a nitro behind these boxes, so be careful. Wow. Like, look at these trees. I didn't realize it. They're 2D. They're billboards.
They look like Yoshi's Story.
Yeah, it looks like a.
Balls.
And then there's these, which are like actual 3D.
You know what I never quite understood is why the life icon is 3D. You notice that?
Yeah. It's unusual for Crash because all the other ones had a picture. And then in Twinsanity, it's back to a picture. Although Twinsanity... what do you think of Twinsanity's 2D art style?
It showed in like level art, I guess.
Yeah, it's like... And like the life icon. It feels really amateurish.
I don't remember it well enough. I mean, pretty much everything in Twinsanity felt kind of amateurish, but...
Yeah, true. Oh, Crash. Crash, Crash, Crash. But Uka, the Bandicoot.
Oh, wet socks.
Crash doesn't care. He already smells like a wet sock. They sure do like these roulette boxes. What's going on over here? Okay, there must be something I need to hit and then come back. Like that.
I don't recognize that. I wonder if that was changed in the greatest hits version.
What?
I don't remember that exclamation point box being there.
And
I played this game recently.
Alright. Hey, at least it takes us way less time to get to the bonus rooms than Crash 3. Some of those had really long wait times to get there.
Yeah.
Haha, that's a funny shape.
Here we go.
Oh. I wonder, there's probably people who got here and forgot that they had them.
Yeah.
So you notice how those nitro crates aren't jumping?
Yeah.
That's because they're special nitro crates that are programmed to not bounce. The ones that are bouncing, you can't sneak on.
Makes sense, I suppose.
How do I... There we go. Well, whatever.
I would definitely be bothered by it more if it were used more, but it's not, so I just kind of don't care about the sneak shoes.
Mm-hmm. Kind of just begs the question why they bothered. This does feel like a step down after playing the Insane Trilogy versions, though, of the original games.
Yeah, that's inevitable.
I suppose. Oh. What?
One of the buttons makes you go faster.
Wait, do I have to do this again?
No. You can jump on, it won't take you.
Oh, okay.
Is it circle?
X makes me go faster. Why not just have me go this fast? Crazy that the rhinos just kind of came out of nowhere to chase me. I mean, just for me, Crash Bandicoot.
I mean, you'd raise the same question about the boulders and the polar bear.
True. I hope they're actually breaking stuff.
Do you think that in Crash 1 and 2, Cortex was like waiting, like Wile E. Coyote, ready to knock those boulders out?
Boulders over? I could believe it. Maybe in Crash 2, though.
When the Bandicoot passes beneath me, I'll pull this lever.
He sounds like Ganondorf.
Ganondorf kind of sounds like Cortex, to be honest.
Your Ganondorf kind of sounds like Cortex.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes. Canon Ganondorf is more like, I don't know, Louis Armstrong? Well, no, I guess he's Matt Mercer now.
Yeah. What's with me knocking away some of these Wumpa? It's like if you don't hit it dead on with the front of my car. Oh, shoot. Nope. Take me.
This is a very annoying box.
Take me. Well, I don't need... You know what? I don't need to go fast during that part, so I can just...
Just cruise through the tunnel. It's a nice Sunday morning drive.
Yeah. Crash could, you know, wait for the rhinos to pass by. Oh, come on. The perspective. Did you ever watch the Zelda cartoon?
I did not.
Maybe, I mean, I would just for curiosity's sake. I've never bothered to go check it out.
I've thought about it. I consider doing like a group watch of it, but it's only like 13, 15-minute episodes.
Something like that, yeah, because it ran alongside the Mario World show. No, it ran alongside the Super Mario Bros. Super show, yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be like every Friday episode included a Zelda episode. There we go. Nice. I hope we get the double jump sooner rather than later.
I think it's usually Warp Room 3, because 5 is always the speed shoes, and 4 is the bazooka.
Warp Room 5? Oh, does this game have the speed shoes?
It does have the speed shoes.
Okay, so that's got to be Warp Room 5.
What is the other one that I'm forgetting about? The super spin. So I'm gonna guess that Warp
I
Room
don't
2
think
is
that
double jump.
I don't think that the Tornado Death Spin is in this game, but I do think the Super Belly Flop is. I think we get the Fruit Bazooka. Yes, we get the Fruit Bazooka and the Super Belly Flop. In addition,
There are 6 abilities in this game.
6 abilities. Wait, I thought there were only 5 Warp Rooms, 1 for each Elemental and 1 for Crunch.
There is, and they do a weird thing where the 6th ability is like a collectible at the end of a like bonus level or something.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think that's the belly flop.
All right.
So I think the spin is in this game.
Hello, Caboodle. We haven't seen you in a while either. Nope. Ugh.
Everyone's coming out for the Crash.
Yes, people love Crash Bandicoot. He appeals to all ages. and countries. You know, Crash 4 was the first time they didn't change Crash's appearance on the box art for the Japanese market.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They had like the Japanese design for Crash.
Yeah, they didn't get Tag Team Racing, Mind Over Mutant, or Crash of the Titans. So their Crash series ended at Crash 5 to Insanity.
Oh boy, here we go. Underwater.
I've heard horror stories.
The reasoning for that is that, like, in Japan, they didn't think Crash was cute enough to, like, sell.
Well, it worked. I mean, Crash had a decent amount of popularity. Oh, that thing is ugly.
Are you aware of how they ruined Spyro in Japan?
Yes. Well, that was mostly in the gameplay department, though, not in the actual, like, design of Crash. I mean, they made him blue because purple's, like, an unlucky color.
Wasn't aware of that.
Oh, cool.
It was mostly the fact that they, like, halved his movement speed for no reason.
Yeah, and they made the camera control worse, and they put the camera in a worse position. Love this first obstacle, by the way.
Just spin through them.
Oh, I can attack him? Oh, I didn't think I could attack him.
And they just made, sparks less clear.
Yeah.
In one color, I believe. Just a lot of totally pointless changes, and unsurprisingly, Spyro 1 didn't do well. They didn't get Spyro 2.
No, they got Spyro 2. They didn't get Spyro 3. Yeah. They also didn't get Jak 3.
Wonder why that was.
Because of Jak 2.
It didn't sell well?
Because it didn't... Well, because the first game and the second game are so drastically different from each other that when it came time for the third game to release, Jak 2 didn't do very well in Japan.
In Japan?
Yeah.
Huh.
The first game did pretty alright. But if you've ever heard from the developers, they were like, yeah, I kind of regret making Jak like a mixture of American and Japan art styles. Because now, it like, apparently they didn't feel like it had much of its own identity and it felt too caught up. But, like, I like how Jak 1 looks. I like its character design and its art style.
I like the character design. I don't know about the art style. I mean, I guess I'm mostly thinking of Kira. She always looked weird with the, like, enormous eyes.
Yeah, but I think I think when they shrunk her eyes, she, like, looks way less cute. And I'm not a fan of that. Especially then there's also they change everything to be in the future, and then Samos is still there, green as ever, with those giant logs for feet on his feet and a bird in his hair. Like,
it's a little bit of a silly contrast.
Yeah. Now we're fighting metalheads. People are swearing. Everything's dark and going downhill fast.
I did like the change personally. That said, it's not a game that it's not a series that I revisit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Have you played Twinsanity?
I've played a little. I used to own a copy of Twinsanity. It was disc only. I don't know where it went, but I don't have it anymore. I tried to get all the gems in the first level, and I was like, where are they? They're really, like, off the beaten path, and they also don't get you anything except for concept art, so when I play it, I'm probably not going to bother.
Yeah. They made an attempt at, like, open world Crash, which is similar in concept to Jak 1.
Yeah, but this kind of it's not. But like then later on in the game, it gets a lot more level oriented, like Insanity Beach versus like Engine Ship or something. Sam & Max Hit the Road. I've played Sam & Max Hit the Road on this channel before, as well as I'm waiting for Season 3 to get remastered, but they haven't announced it yet. It must be taking longer.
Do they just drop once and then not respawn on the next life? Or maybe that one just doesn't appear if you spawn from this checkpoint.
I think it spawned before I grabbed the checkpoint, so. I do like that in the Aku Aku boxes, he's like thumping around and trying to break out. Reminds me of Donkey Kong Country with the noises from the barrels.
Makes you wonder how he keeps getting in there.
I don't know. Shoot.
Crash, I keep trying to take out Uka Uka myself, and I keep losing.
But he doesn't kill me. He puts me in this box.
That's another thing they changed in Japan with both Crash and Spyro, is that they filled the games with hints.
That's true. And Uka Uka talks in the first game.
Which the Crash 2 Japan hints returned as like level loading hints in Insane Trilogy.
And that's pretty good. I think that's fine, especially since a lot of the times they would like tell you where gems are. And finding out where gems are in Crash 2 can be a bit of a pain. Knowing they're in the level isn't going to make me get it, you know what I mean?
That still had some of the... There were some questionable design choices of like having to jump into a pit that you wouldn't know to jump in.
How is the Devil's Playhouse considered the worst season of Sam and Max? It's so good. That's crazy. It's the best season. It's got such a hugely improved graphical style compared to the first season. Crash is just spinning on the spot a lot. The plot line is amazing. The environments you go to are incredibly creative. I've never heard anybody say that Season 3 was the worst season.
I don't like these things. These are a mean obstacle.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, I'm in this thing. There's something down there, isn't there, that I missed?
Oh no, that doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
It's like the thing in Crash 3, except it doesn't zoom. And it also doesn't give you an extra hit.
And it sucks. The explosion looks pretty wimpy in this game.
Of crates exploding?
Yeah. Oh, you can't even go down there. They just baited me. You're right. I mean, not that I didn't believe you, but I wanted to check anyway.
It does look like you would be able to.
This thing is slow.
Oh, I think you can press X to drop bombs.
Oh, you're right. What do I do with that? Maybe there's some boxes that are going to be harder for me to get. This game is so by the numbers.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I'm just going through the motions sometimes.
These mines just totally slow down and ruin these water levels, but even more than they already are.
Not to mention foreground objects getting in the way of me seeing them.
Yeah, that too.
Now I gotta tiptoe my way around these levels to make sure I'm not missing anything, and that mines won't just fall out of the sky.
Is there another one, like, above this? This is always a frustrating thing in games, where the obstacle is just, hey, go extremely slow or die immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
But how does that doesn't add fun to the game? This does not spark joy.
Okay. I guess this is where we use the bombs.
You look so out of place.
Doesn't this... Does this game just not have a box counter on screen? Am I, like, stupid?
Does it not? Can you not press the triangle?
Oh, there they are. Maybe that's what I was doing wrong in the plane level. I didn't press triangle to check.
There's a lot of, like, pointless dead-end areas in this game.
Especially since they have enemies that way. Like, that makes you think I should go that way, right? Oh, so to justify the bombs, they...
Just put in a complex array of steel boxes.
And put in nitros in the middle.
Are we done yet?
No, I don't think so.
Ah! This might be the only, like, completely underwater level in the game. I think the later ones transition.
How do you get out? How do people, like, I would think the way these are set up kind of feels like it's... You just kind of have to do all underwater. Where the heck? How much more of this is there?
Oh, no.
Oh. Kind of thought they were going to be sneaky and hide boxes back there. Well, I got to do this one again. Later. I don't want to do it now.
I think maybe there was a thing where there was like an exclamation you hit, and then you had to go back a little bit or something.
That might have been it. Oh, right. During that place with all the steel boxes, I hit the exclamation box. Whatever. That level kind of sucks.
As water levels do.
Yeah, but Crash 3's water levels were way better than that. Why are they so massive? Why they're so big and there's nothing, like, in them. I mean, I suppose that's good, so I don't have to constantly, like, freak out if I missed anything.
Nothing but mines dropping on you everywhere.
Bonsai, bonsai. That's in bad taste. That's...
Leave my levels alone.
Okay. Leave my levels alone. Why don't more game villains just say that? Don't play. Turn it off. Boink. Now we're Coco. Kind of randomly, actually.
Yeah, there's not really any explained reason for her to be here. As opposed to, I guess, in Crash 3, there was, like, vehicles she was better at driving
Piloting.
or something.
Yeah, she was friends with Purah, and then she had the boss with Engine.
So she's just kind of a worse Crash. She doesn't have the slide.
Oh, gosh.
Just that totally useless kick.
I can't even crouch. Oh, I can't... Oh, gosh. Well, I guess there's challenge in this. She still can't swim.
It's like doing Crash Bandicoot 1, but in this engine.
Yeah. You're right. Like, I have a low kick and a normal kick, and I don't know... Like, I guess the low kick is helpful if I'm, like, going for a stack of crates or something.
It doesn't even do that.
Oh.
There's no point to it.
So it's just a slower attack.
Does she have a slam?
Yes.
Okay, well there's that.
I wonder if she gets the double jump when Crash gets it.
Nick, I have bad news.
She does not get it?
Actually, I don't remember. She might get it.
Cool. Cool depth perception. I still have like 20-something lives, even with all the deaths I've been getting.
You know what it is? She's just an anime fan. She sees Crash is going to Japan, and she's like, no, I want in.
I want to go to Japan. Wait, huh? How did that guy die?
He's a ninja. He teleported.
Did he teleport? It sounded like I thought I like killed him somehow by knocking an enemy into him.
I like that Coco is playable in the newer games, but it does kind of beg the question of, like, what's Crash's purpose if Coco can do everything he can but better?
He needs to be there?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You just jump on it, couldn't you?
I wasn't confident in my ability to land on it. Oh, wow! Just got totally caught off guard by the koi.
It really just seems logical to use, like, 2D sprites for the lives, because it's just extra resource use for no reason.
Yeah. Plus, it looks nicer.
Yeah. We have to show off the power of the PS2, though.
Yeah.
This powerhouse of a system. Look at how good this game looks.
Except live symbols in 3D were done on the PS1. I think Croc did it. Oh, you know what I could do?
Spin the lizard.
Yeah. Well, that didn't work. Oh, I could have at least hit this first.
Lighting.
Yeah. Well, glad I did that. We need a red gem, which I don't have. So I can't... Well, I guess I'll keep trying to get them all. Because I have no idea if I can or can't get them yet.
Oh, they'll sink. I don't think... I'm pretty sure this is not a level that has, like, boxes in the gem path. Not a lot of them do that.
Hmm.
For the most part, this game is nicer than the original games in that regard.
Yeah, I guess it's also nice that they don't do that as much for the death roots.
I will say the worst level in that regard for Crash 1 was Cortex Power.
Cortex Power! Oh my gosh.
5 times. I don't remember what the worst level in Crash 2 was.
Cold Hard Crash.
I mean, yeah, that one had, like, way too many crates, but...
Well, it was the... No, because Cold Hard Crash has the alternate entrance.
Well, yeah. There was... I think there was a... I think the next Snow one... The one after that, you had to, like, do the gem path and then backtrack it in order to get all the boxes.
Hmm. Yes, now that I think about it, yeah.
I remember thinking, I think, like, one of the bug ones was worse than it was. Because I thought you had to do the death route and the normal route. but you could just kind of walk back onto the end of the death route and not do the whole thing.
Don't they normally give you nitro detonation buttons at the end of those?
They do. The only time... Oh, at the end of death routes?
I know, at the end of the special stages. The other, like, bonus areas. Because
nice.
they blow up all the ones that were in the bonus area, and then you get the full credit for it. But it looks like... Oh, okay. It looks like this game's doing it differently.
No, wherever the nitro detonator is, it blows them all up for the entire level.
Was that always... I remember, for some reason, I thought that the nitro detonator is usually inside the, like, they had a nitro detonator for all the nitro crates that were in the, special zones. But maybe not.
They were never just for the special zones. They were sometimes in special zones, but not.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, I can't jump up there? Why?
But if this is bothering you, I can't wait for you to see the unexplained places you can't go in Twinsanity.
Not to mention all the things that are just randomly... The things that, like, have active hitboxes and just kill you.
Yeah. Did
you die to the Tiki guy?
I don't remember if I did. That's kind of always been a thing in Crash games, though. Like, did you ever kill... I guess they did their best to try to end the boss the moment that you got the final hit.
Uh-huh. No, but I mean, like, after you kill the boss, and after that cutscene, the Tiki boss, whose body is on the ground, hitbox is still active, it can still kill you if you touch it.
Yeah, because you can still, like, walk around and leave the area. I know what you're talking about. They have a cutscene at the start of the game that has, like, 8 villains in it, and only 4 of them appear in the game.
That's true. I remember that.
To follow Crash after he has no story reason to do so.
There was supposed to be a bigger story involvement between Cortex and Crash, and like their partnership causing the other villains to think that Cortex has gone insane, so they follow him around now, and that's why you're fighting all these other bosses. But they all just kind of are stopping you for some vague promise of treasure in this other dimension.
Yeah.
I mean, Dingo Dial has an awesome theme song, for what it's worth.
The music in the game's great.
But
one good thing I can say
the
about
engine fight is pretty embarrassing.
Is it Entropy who teams up with Embryo?
Yes.
Embryo turns into a giant, like, frog.
Yeah, and, like, bounces all over. And Brio turns into, like, a giant frog thing.
Okay, so this vehicle does not have cannon. It just has homing missiles.
Right.
Hello, who is this with you? I am Zelda. Hello. I show up on...
Yeah, he shows up
chat
occasionally when he's got a bone to pick with a game I'm playing.
You still think you'll do Croc eventually, or you just
eventually?
It took me 2 streams. It was shorter than I was anticipating.
Did you 100% it, or did you like?
I think I just got through it.
I'm probably just gonna get through it. I can't imagine playing the whole game with tank controls like that.
I lost like an hour because of like some weird way in which it saves the game.
Ooh, jeez.
That I wasn't aware of.
There we go. One ship down, finally. Are these all like that? Where all the flying stages are just, you have a number of targets to destroy?
That was usually that was the case in the original flying stages as well.
Yeah, I guess the situation feels different.
How's that?
I don't know. They're like they're like very small. They're like very easy to find. The arenas are tiny in this one.
Yeah, they were kind of needlessly big in Crash Warped, in my opinion.
Hmm.
It gave like the enemy planes time to fire at you, I guess.
There we go.
Which, boy, there's a lot more enemy fire on this stage than the tornado stage.
Yes, there are. Kind of in a bad position here.
You get all the boxes, or are you still missing some?
I got all the boxes, so now I can just focus on shooting. I saw them rise out of the water. Gotta hit each of them with 3. Oh, you want to get rid of those turrets first, I see. Why am I doing this?
Yeah, that is kind of a question in these stages. Like, in Crash 3, the plot was, I guess, that Cortex was going around and messing with, like, historical periods.
Yeah, he was just going around and putting himself everywhere. And, like, he
just...
had his face on all the balloons and everything in World War I, and now it's like, who is this? Why am I shooting at them?
Are we to assume that these are Cortex's ships?
I mean, it's not a crazy reach.
Volcanic island. Also, why is this like bug technology?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is like Jack and Daxter contraption. Definitely doing this level very differently from how I usually do it.
How do you usually do it?
Just kind of go in a circle twice.
Hmm. Well, as long as I do it, doesn't really matter, I guess. Gotta kill that thing. That thing sucks.
Oh.
Oh! Okay.
There was a season, like the final season of Code Lyoko. The kids would like get digitized, and then they would go to another digital world, and then they would like appear in the real world as projections. Maybe it's like that. Maybe that's how this VR works.
Maybe. Well, I figured that was it, but like, why am I getting hurt?
This game raises several questions.
It just takes way too long to fire at stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of aggravating.
I think this is the only level with this vehicle.
Well, that's good. At least I got all the boxes.
You've seen the Crash Bandicoot cartoon theme song. That
The
was posited, right?
Yes, the intro. It was going to be the intro for the first game.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and then they were like, we want to focus on 3D instead, so make it 3D.
I feel like if they had gone that way, it probably would. The series would have gotten cartoony even quicker.
Mm-hmm.
probably wouldn't have gotten the second game as we know it. What's that eye?
Good
There's a
question.
green eye there.
Oh, is it my reticle? Is it like the outside? Is it like those lines that go in towards the center circle when you aim at something?
The green screen, like the dude from The Shining in there.
How are you gonna fit it in? It's gonna be real tiny, whatever that is. Man, listen to that PS2 Go. Alright, level 10. H2O no.
Oh no!
Yeah, oh no is right.
This is the water warp room. I guess we're getting them out of the way.
I don't think we're getting them out of the way. I think there's gonna be another one later.
How much Crash Bash have you played?
None. None at all.
Yeah. You seen any footage?
I know what it
Any
looks
interest?
like. I've any interest? No, not really. No. Kind of just have it because it's a Crash game on the PS1. So like, yeah.
I like it. I like it as a single player game. I wouldn't play it as like a party game.
Well,
Which kind of defeats the purpose, I realize, but
kind of can't play it as a party game because you got to play so much of the single player first.
yeah. Sonic Shuffle had that problem. Among its many other problems.
Sonic Shuffle isn't actually a bad game, but the thing with Sonic Shuffle is that it requires a lot of skill. And that's bad for a party game.
I think it's also a bad game. And also has cheating AI.
Well, cheating AI or not, the game functions like the way it's supposed to, and it does all the things it needs to. It's just the problem with it is that it asks a lot of the player, and party games should not be that. They should be very easy to pick up and very easy to play, which is why I love Jackbox, because Jackbox... Oh, yeah?
Good hitbox.
Because Jackbox does a really good job of being fun experiences that anybody can play. I can blow up the Wumpa. Crash Boom Bang. Now that's a Mario Party clone.
I've considered streaming that just because I'm curious how bad it is. There is going to be there's an X-Code, there's a Nitro Detonator.
Oh, okay.
I can only ever recall one Crash level that did not have a Nitro Detonator. And it was like the first level in Crash 3 after you get the Wumpa Bazooka.
Yeah, because they were all like in places where you're expected to use it. Well, Crash Boom Bang is mostly interesting because it's a Crash game developed by a Japanese company.
Yeah.
So they in the Japanese version of the game, Crash's model matches like his design that he normally gets in Japan. And they actually had to change the model for the US version. Son of a gun!
Oh, Coco looks pretty horrifying on the cover.
Look at the Japanese cover.
I think that's the one that I'm thinking of. Crash, boom, bang.
They also give Purah pants.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Japanese one.
Oh, okay.
Even Cortex looks like excessively cute.
Yeah. Son of a gun! Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to move here. Crash has the Pac-Man eyes? I think he does.
Yeah, he does. I'm gonna post the Japanese cover in the lore channel with Coco's 1,000-yard stare.
It also brought back Tana with a new design. It's like the first game Tana was in since the first game.
I kind of wanted to forget about her.
There are lots of different questions as to why, and one of the prevailing hypotheses had to do with parents complaining about her design or something.
Wow, pretty obvious why.
Yeah. But also, like, I don't know, you could have kept her. Lots of games do. DK's been getting away with Candy Kong for 30-odd years now.
Do you think that would have been any different if Candy Kong were, like, the captive at the end of the game? If she was, like, the goal?
No idea.
Because that's kind of what is the thing with Tana. Tana, she feels, like, power trippy.
Candy Kong hasn't appeared since 64. No, she was in Donkey Kong Barrel Blast, DK King of Swing, and Jungle Climber. The last game she was in was Barrel Blast, though. She's got like a shortcut shirt that says Candy on it. Remember Scott the Waz doing a video about these? Looks at Candy, he's like, just have a name tag. Oh, okay, we're out.
Here we go.
Hope I got them all. Is there a secret warp room, like in Crash 3?
Yes.
Oh, I can actually stand in this. So there are 7 warp rooms.
No, there's 6.
6? Okay. That's less than Crash 3, right?
No, Crash 3 had 6.
What the heck? They really... Okay.
This is a bit of a leap in difficulty. At least it's not like a pit, so the masks will help.
Like that.
Is the crouch jump not high enough? Really?
There we go.
Wicker gamer moment.
Yeah. At least my gaming moments... Oh, come on! At least when I have a gaming moment, it doesn't feature bouts of unfettered racism.
Well, then you're not a real gamer, are you?
No, I suppose not. Can I really be a VTuber if I don't participate in drama?
They just kind of use the same stock image of Cortex's face all over the place.
Well, yeah, that's the promotional materials he hands out, and he's like, use this on the... Use this!
Although I guess if his workers are here, we're to assume that these are like Cortex operations, like factories or something.
Why do we need to fight Crash for these crystals when they're already here? Actually, now that I think about it, they could have done that in Crash 2 as well. Engine says that they have no Earthbound operatives, but there are still lab assistants everywhere.
Yeah. Are there?
Yeah.
I
In
remember
Crash
there
2?
being a lot of lab assistants in Crash 2.
Well, I remember the one with the hammer.
There was the one with the hammer.
And then there were a lot in the final warp room.
Which was on Cortex's ship. Like, those 5 were the ones that Cortex had already had.
Oh. Okay, never mind then. I guess it checks out. My gosh, this is tight. What the heck?
Like, the thing was that the first 3 bosses were, I guess, with Brio or something? And then come Engine, he's like, okay, deliver the crystals you've got so far to him. And Crash is like, nope.
I think he was trying to get them to get the crystals from Crash. And he was gonna have like plausible deniability, I guess.
Yeah.
Cause he
Maybe.
he laments Tiny's death, but he's like, Tiny's dead, whatever.
See, it's not deep, but there's at least stuff to think about in Crash 2.
Yeah.
It's not evil stocks.
No, I mean I could think about evil stocks.
Yeah.
Like, who's Cortex's investors?
Imagine that's the next Kingdom Hearts game. Is just we get that. All the Disney villains talking about how they can make things more evil.
Well, maybe then they would finally show up again. We haven't had the group of Disney villains. It's basically just been Maleficent and Pete. And Maleficent is trying really hard to convince everybody that she's important.
Yeah.
Son of a gun, I can't kill these guys.
Maybe this is a sign. Maybe you've killed too many.
I still have to get past him. Most Crash games don't have... Like, I can't think of anything in Crash 1, 2, or 3 that has, like, layouts like this. At least not on like non-death routes or like non-gem paths.
This is a very extreme section for this like part of the game. Just couldn't let him live.
Nope.
Yeah, you keep throwing those chemicals.
Good job. Good job, lab assistants.
I think this game still has the adjusting difficulty thing, where you start with masks.
Probably.
Which it goes deeper than just the masks. I forgot that in the old Crash games, they would also like add checkpoints in the level.
Hmm. Takes longer for Crash to do a belly flop in this.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's not used too much.
True.
What an annoying section of level it was in Crash 2 when you had to do those belly flop crates at the end of the chase.
Oh, yeah.
Why is there's just fish up there?
Oh. They belly flopped out, I guess. Or just
Also,
normal
we're just right below the level.
Yeah.
We should have just been able to hop down here.
Yeah. But that's not in the cards. That's so mean. I can't see that box is down there.
Yeah. Was it like a fruit or something at least?
Before you called them Wumpa, do you call them like apples or mangoes or what?
No. I read manuals.
Ah. Most people call them apples.
This is always weird to me.
They looked more like mangoes. They got like the colorization.
Peaches.
Peaches would be a better comparison. I can't, Well, I tried. Gotta do that again. At least, you know, I can start here again. Calling this a bonus is kind of mean, though, isn't it? Because this isn't really it's not really a bonus. I don't really feel like I'm being rewarded here. This is harder than a lot of bonus rooms. Usually the bonus rooms are pretty easy.
They got mean in the handheld games. I think the handheld was probably like the hardest Crash games, in my opinion.
Yeah?
Not counting Crash 4. Crash 4 doesn't count.
Yeah.
Can you just jump and spin?
I'm good. Woo! Love bouncing. Oh, I can't stop tiptoeing for a second. All cool. Yeah, all right. This tiptoe maneuver is really bleh.
Yeah. Doesn't really add anything. I also felt like the extra belly flop didn't really add anything.
No, but that is useful in some situations, like starting a like if you're starting a time trial. You can do it from, like, a little farther away with the extended belly flop range.
Yeah, but then you have the, like, recovery from getting up from the belly flop.
Yeah.
In those cases, it's better to just, like, shoot backwards with the gun.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Required in a lot of Crash 3 Platinums. That game was mean with the time trials.
Yeah. And then here comes Crash 4 with the Platinums, and then there's the dev times.
I think the Crash 4 Platinums were probably easier than the Crash 3 Platinums. Maybe. That's hard to say. It's been a while since I did both.
Okay, so even though, like, these Nitro are connected, I can't tiptoe on them.
Yeah.
Even though they should be in a position where I should be able to tiptoe on them, I can't. Which is like, that's the one thing this thing is supposed to do, and it can't even do it all the time.
I don't know why you ever would want to tiptoe on those Nitros, but I see what you're saying.
Why did those break instantly? I was about to say, why did they break instantly? I think
you can just walk under these, yeah. Real fake obstacles.
Real fake obstacles.
They look like you have to avoid them, but you can just kind of walk through them. They're not really obstacles.
Yeah. Don't you hate when you get an obstacle and it blocks you? Well, how about this? Real fake obstacles. You know, they replaced Rick and Morty's voice actors.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know with
like,
who.
Also, like, the creative force behind the show?
It was two people. Him and Dan Harmon. Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon. And Adult Swim cut all ties with the dude during his court case.
I wonder, is the post Roiland season out yet?
No, they just got a trailer for it. All right, let's go fight Wawa. Drain damage. It's not been, it's actually not that hard to get the boxes in this, which is nice.
Get over here, you little orange sponge!
I don't remember any spots where they have really sneaky boxes as compared to other Crash games.
I'm gonna knock you out. Okay, calm down.
So aggro.
Wawa said knock you out.
I think Cortex is like pumping him full of adrenaline.
Cortex is, I don't know, yeah, Cortex should be pumping, like, Crunch through all sorts of genetic modifications and steroids.
Do you think he had to go through the flashback tape challenges?
Maybe. Given, I mean, and we see Crunch on a monitor there.
It would be cool to have a Crash game with, like, Crash and Coco and Crunch with different gameplay styles.
Yeah.
I don't know what they would be, but...
Oh, cool. Wait, is this boss fight just me walking towards him?
Are you afraid of the power of water yet? They don't sync.
Okay. But they are a little awkward to get around.
Slide jump.
Okay, thanks.
This is where all the rest of the lives
Dives are gonna go. Yeah, whatever. I'll get a game over on this boss fight, like it matters.
Oh, they do sync eventually, I guess.
Like, I stepped on it, and then I didn't... Wow, really? He's just weak to my normal attacks, huh?
Nice to see the game.
Oh, I have to crouch under those.
Keeping the tradition of underwhelming Crash Bandicoot bosses.
Son of a gun, I can't really tell how far away they are.
Does Crash have his shadow in it? He does. It's just, it's not really as, like, visible or neat as the PS1 games.
Ugh. If I had to double jump, this would be so much easier.
Crash, stop styling.
Okay, yeah, those sink. Son of a gun, I can't get over that. Why is this such a problem? This is supposed to be the basic, like, baby attack that he does. But I can't time it right. Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to jump over to the platforms now.
Funny now.
I can't get there fast enough. I have to stop on the second platform.
Nick, this is basically Donkey Kong. You're supposed to be a master of this.
The depth what? The depth perception is messing with me. I can't tell how far away it is.
I get the astigmatism. It makes it hard to jump over the barrels.
Are you kidding? There we go.
Reload the stage or anything when you get a game over.
Yeah, they sink. Oh, come on.
Is this just like some poor island community that has been flooded by Wawa?
Probably. There we go. Ugh. Okay, so we gotta slide over that one. You're kidding! You're kidding! Why is this such a problem? This boss fight shouldn't take me this long. There we go.
Alright, in theory, you should just take one more. On these bubbles.
What does that do? Does it, like, prevent you from... Okay, it hits you in the middle.
Somehow that works.
Okay, great.
Oh, there's more than 3?
Yeah. Oh, cool? Cool.
I wonder if there's like something about Crunch's genetic structure that makes him especially work well with the elementals.
Maybe? I mean, they are masked. They could probably just work with anyone.
Yeah.
There we go.
Because Wawa has turned him into chaos.
Yeah. Oh! I'm making the jumps now, but now I can't get around.
It's kind of disappointing that Crunch didn't get the chance to just, I don't know, brawl with Crash in
Yeah.
normal form.
They don't even do that in the final boss.
Also, for some reason, Crunch is with the bad guys in Twinsanity. That's not really explained.
Oh, it's because Cortex says it's your birthday, and he shows up with a cake because he really thinks it's Crash's birthday.
Yeah.
Like he's on Crash's side, but he just summoned Crunch over there because he used to be a villain.
It would explain why Crunch looks so confused in that cutscene.
Yeah. It's also why he has the cake and the party hat. Okay, just gotta wait a second. Ugh. My desire to get over there is superseding my desire to live.
You can book it through the first set, not really the other ones. I don't quite trust the physics in this game to slide jump under the green ones. Also, I don't think I've ever been hit by the bubbles.
I don't know what the bubbles even do. I thought they like hit you if you were like jumping in between them, but they don't seem to do that. Ah.
Can't believe they put the final boss on World 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what is this hitbox? Probably gonna get a game over here.
This is the run.
Yeah.
See,
oh, that was it. Wow.
Well, you got the double jump.
It's kind of a pathetic boss fight, and so I'm ashamed at myself that I died so much.
Loses 20 matches in a row, wins 1, leaves arena.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
I mean, it is. Like, someone else would probably do that in one shot, because he only does two very basic attacks, and then a third attack that I don't even know what it does.
This game also had a special poor Game Boy Advance game.
I don't remember this having a poor Game Boy Advance port. If you're talking about the Huge Adventure, that was like its own game. Anyway, now that we have the double jump, we can go back.
You are making a mockery of me in front of my minions. Not only have you defeated the elemental masks,
A mockery of you? I mean, you weren't involved.
well, you've gotten this far, and this is as far as you're gonna get. Pyro, the fire elemental, will see to that.
Oh, Cortex, come on. I don't need some flaming mask to help me. I can take Crash on by myself.
And I would actually take you up on that offer, Crunch. I would rather fight you by yourself.
Do as I say. You and Pyro will vanquish Crash and his annoying friends.
And his annoying friends. Alright, so which ones haven't we gotten? We didn't get this one.
You want to save?
Oh, yeah, save. 1v1, no masks, final destination. Yes, absolutely. Alright, let's go back. Now we can go and get... now we have the double jump. We can do wizards and lizards again. Much easier.
What was this? Was this the one that just had the death route?
It just had the death route we didn't get because I died to that bat.
Okay, but imagine how much easier running from the dragon would be with run.
Yeah. I mean, running from the dragon isn't hard. The only reason I kept getting hit is because I kept getting stopped by the boxes, and I just didn't spin them for whatever reason. And then the other one was a minecart that we missed the box gem for, and we also don't have the yellow gem yet.
Yeah.
So we can go back to that one later. Well, I might as well do it now because I can't do both at the same time. I want to know why there's so much computer noises and computers in this area.
Maybe it is Cortex Castle.
That would certainly explain why he's everywhere.
Very cartoony looking dragon.
Yeah.
The Triceratops looked, dare I say, realistic by comparison.
You dare?
I dare. No, the polar bear was just terrifying.
Yeah, he had a bit of a freaky thing going on. Alright, get me out of here.
Probably worth getting that checkpoint.
No, because it's if I die here, what's the use?
Well, if you die on the death platform. Oh, it doesn't. You have to leave the level.
Oh my gosh, it doesn't count if you do it from the beginning. Goodness gracious. This level is brutal. This thing is brutal. I'm pretty sure the PS1 games counted it if you died and restarted from the beginning. Because what's the difference?
They might have. I agree that that should be the case. They also had their fair share of, like, very questionable decisions, like not letting you restart the motorcycle levels.
Yeah. Luckily, the Insane Trilogy lets us restart them.
I don't think it does.
If you do a time trial, I guess, you can restart it. And then, like, you can just do the normal level from there. But, like, if you're doing the time trial, why would you do the normal level? On the plus side, I think I've got it down now. I hope so, anyway. I don't even have that far to go into the level. And it's... This chase sequence needs the camera to be pulled back. That's all.
It does. I was saying, if you die on the skull platform, then it will reset you to the last checkpoint, but the skull platform will still be there.
Yes, but I need to get it first.
Huh?
I need to get to the skull platform first. I need to stand on it.
And then how are you... Then you're gonna, like, take it back and get the checkpoint, is your plan?
No, I would get the checkpoint, and then I need... But, like, if I don't get the skull platform, I have to restart from the beginning anyway, so... I didn't know that I had to, I didn't know I had to wait. Well, because I need to... I can just get the checkpoints now. Because, like, now I have to restart the level from the beginning because it does not matter. Right?
Let's see if anyone has an answer for this.
How do the death platforms work?
Alright, I made it.
Okay. So the article specifies, in Wrath of Cortex, death routes always return to outline form if Crash dies outside the death route, even after he's taken it.
Oh, jeez.
So it's safe to die in the death route, but not outside of it.
Right. Okay, well, here we are. There's probably a checkpoint inside, right?
No, because that'd be a box.
Oh, well, it could be a steel checkpoint.
I don't remember if this game has those. I know Crash 3 did.
Oh, great. I'm up to 7 lives already. That's how many lives these levels give you.
Everything before the Wawa fight is just to prepare you for the Wawa fight.
We have some notes. When Wawa's not on screen, characters should be asking, "Where's Wawa?" Oh, this isn't even that long. Great, now we got the green gem, which means that other level... No, that was the red gem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not colorblind.
It is kind of confusing that there's a green gem platform and also the
The
death routes of green outlines.
are greens, yeah. I must go now. My Wawa needs me.
He warned you to leave his levels alone.
The levels weren't the problem. It was him. Rather, that one ground attack. All the other attacks are easy enough to die.
Okay, but not...
Avoid.
It's interesting that for beating Wawa, you get the utility that is the most useful against Wawa.
That would make sense, right? Like, I'm gonna hide the thing that kills me. Like Hooktail. Gee, Billy, 2 loading screens? Alright, back here we go.
Well,
Okay.
gee, Sonic 06's mom lets him have 8 loading screens. A lot of smoke and mist around here.
You know what they say. Where there's smoke, they pinch back.
I found out that the guy who voiced Hotel Mario went on to, like... He posted, like, animations of his own voicing the character again on YouTube or something.
He posted a redub he did of the Hotel Mario cutscenes.
Oh, yeah?
His voice for Luigi isn't so good anymore. I think he voiced both of them. Can you believe that they got CDI Link's voice actor back to play characters in RZ?
RZ?
That's the new CDI Zelda game, yeah.
I mean, sure, what else would he be doing?
No idea. It's funny how that's like perpetually just the CDI look now when lots of CDI games didn't look like that.
Yeah.
That's what that animation company specifically looked like.
Do you know of anything they did besides the CDI games?
They did some sort of desert... They did like some sort of point-and-click adventure game on PC. And the animation is the same. And Link's VA voices another character in that with the same game. With the same voice, I should say. You know, I just realized I didn't have to wait for the double jump for that. But getting the double jump sure did make this a lot easier. Well. Why is it making me wait for all of the Wumpa to go away?
It wants to really rub in how much you lost.
Ugh. Is this loss?
I also noticed when you come out of specials, it has to like recount your Wumpa.
Yeah. They did the animation for Warcraft point and click, and it looks 100 times better. You know, apparently, in the case of the Zelda games, the voice actors weren't told what the characters they were voicing looked like.
Yeah.
And that's why so many of them have really unfitting voices.
Is there a reason that you're going back and forth between those?
No.
Just styling?
I guess so. I mean, it was a lot easier when I didn't double jump in between them. Honestly, I'm better off just hitting both of them, getting off the platform, and then hitting them both again.
If only you had the Wumpa Bazooka.
If I did have the Wumpa Bazooka, that would make this a bit easier, yes. But I could do this without. I mean, I did it without before. Remember, I was only missing two. I was only missing two of them.
Yeah. I just don't really worry about gems until I've gotten all the abilities.
I like to collect things as I go.
I would if the game were conducive to that, but it's kind of not.
Got him. Alright, let's go. Let's go.
So what's this about Mickey not wearing underwear?
Oh, in the short, No Service, I think it's called, Mickey and Donald are fighting over who gets to wear the full outfit so they can buy some burgers from Goofy, because Goofy refuses to let him in if they're not wearing shoes or a shirt. And Donald doesn't have shoes, and Mickey doesn't wear a shirt. They fight over it, and Mickey finally agrees to let Donald use his shorts, and Mickey doesn't have any underwear on underneath, so he's butt naked throughout that part of the episode.
Does he have, like, a defined butt?
Somewhat, yes. It's funny. Oh, you can slide under that.
You know, we've never seen Crash's butt. I think I'm cool with that.
How have we not?
Well, he's not an animal. He wears underwear.
Oh, okay. That's true, because he's got those baggy pants with the wrap stuff. You know, the 90s wrap.
Crash is more hygienic than Mickey.
Back when it was all about talking fast.
I don't know if he wears baggy pants. He's got them comical pink boxers, though.
We have seen his boxers. That's true. Like when his pants get sliced off, and we see his underwear. When he doesn't get sliced in half. All right, so I can't get that yellow gem yet. I can't get that other gem yet because I don't have the yellow gem. What are we missing here? We're missing quite a few, aren't we? Not that many.
There was the water level.
Yes.
The cocoa level was the red gem one. So
yeah,
it's
just the water level. Okay. That's not so bad then. We're not missing that many. See,
we're missing 2 crates, and we're theorizing it had to do with an exclamation box.
Yes. Because there's kind of no way that... I mean, it could have just been something you just missed off the side, but there's no way that there's, like, something preventing us from getting them, right?
What was this level's title?
This was, like... This wasn't H2O, no. That was the other one. This is the... Gosh, I've forgotten. When I pause, I can, you know, when I pause, I can take a look.
Eventually.
Eventually. Of course. Once the game loads. It doesn't say. Alright, well, I guess you could just look up a level list.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do this. Dang it.
Seashell shenanigans.
Thank you. Why'd you want to know?
I'm gonna look it up just in case they're like 2 like crazy crates that everyone complains about or something.
Okay. I don't think there should be. I mean, you've played this game a bunch, right?
Yeah. Which I would have thought that I would have remembered wherever those 2 crates were.
Well, I mean, not everybody gets the same crates.
There are cases where, like, everyone is missing 1 crate or a specific 2 crates in a Crash level, though.
Right. Oh my gosh. I got so sick of Crash 4 with that. I tried to, like, I was gonna, like, okay, you know, I know how Crash games work. I'm gonna get all the boxes and then move on. Because that's how I normally play them. No, the first level has, like, 200 boxes in it. I'm like, what the heck?
Crash 4 is nuts with how, like, meanly they're hidden.
Yeah, every single time there is a stack of crates, you always gotta check above them, because chances are they hid one up there.
Stuff like that. There's, like, hidden inside level geometry, like tires and things that you can't see.
Yes.
Walking into the foreground. I'm a very well-experienced Crash Bandicoot player. I was missing crates on, like, every single level.
Yeah, eventually I just gave up. I realized I didn't really care that much. You know, people were talking about you unlock the costumes, but I don't care that much. That shark is decidedly low poly, isn't it?
Yeah. A lot of stuff in this game looks low poly. I get the impression that they wanted to get this out very quickly. Because this was a pretty early PS2.
They wanted this to be Crash Bandicoot's PS2 debut. You know, they were gonna make a big deal out of it. I mean, it was supposed to be momentous. Because we're on the new generation of hardware. Do you think... I don't think there's ever been a bigger technological jump than when we went from the Super Nintendo and the Genesis to the N64, the Saturn, and the PlayStation.
Yeah, probably.
That's
not.
probably been the largest technological jump we've seen in gaming.
It's gotten incrementally smaller since then.
Yeah, because the jump from... I mean, the jump from SD to HD was big. Don't get me wrong. The GameCube, the PS2, and the Xbox were, like, compared to the Xbox 360 and the PS3, not so much the Wii, but the PS3 and the Xbox 360 was a huge leap in graphical fidelity and processing power and the like. But the difference between them and the Xbox One was a little less, and the difference between the Xbox One and the Series X, the PS4 and the PS5 wasn't really as big, you know. While Nintendo just kind of stopped at the Wii U and is now just doing, like, you know, they're doing very Nintendo things, you know.
They've always been more about innovation as opposed to, like, technology.
Well, ever since the
rare exception.
I was gonna say, ever since the GameCube flopped, they've kind of had to focus more on that because they realized that they're not going to compete on a graphics front, and going for graphics and traditional games that were on other systems at the time were probably. Oh, what if those two were the two crates that I missed? Because I like hit the checkpoint and I didn't check to the left. Those TNTs.
Oh, I don't know, maybe. The GameCube was still like a nice looking, nice performing system.
Yeah, no, it had
going against it.
It had the highest graphical fidelity possible out of those three at the time. I'm like pretty sure the Xbox definitely. If not, then it was the Xbox. The PS2 was not a powerhouse in terms of graphical power, but it didn't need to be. The thing was a DVD player.
Yeah, that was kind of a big thing that the GameCube lacked, was the multimedia, which was a big trend at the time.
Yeah, the Xbox could play CDs. You know, playing Majora's. I played my Majora's Mask CD on the Xbox, and it's pretty funny.
You needed like some kind of expansion or something to play DVDs, didn't you?
You might be thinking of the Xbox 360's HD DVD thing, because Sony was going all in on Blu-ray, and then the Xbox was about the HD DVDs. When Blu-ray won, unless you lived in Japan and had the Panasonic DVD GameCube, yeah, but that's a very limited console.
The Xbox needed the Xbox DVD movie playback kit, remote control and receiver, as the console won't play DVDs without it.
Just a remote? Huh. What's HD DVD exactly? Well, it's not. It's like Blu-ray is a proprietary disc format that was created by Sony. HD DVD was like the competitor to that. They were both trying to be the next evolution of HD, of DVDs, right?
Which has happened multiple times.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the
Betamax?
Betamax versus VHS, and before that there was like Laserdisc. Oh, you meant like what's HD DVD? Oh, no one remembers it. Yeah, no one does remember HD DVD. Just got sidelined by Blu-ray.
I'm looking up dates because I'm curious. So this game was October 2001. Jak and Daxter was December 2001.
Hmm.
Spyro's PS2 debut was 2002, almost over a year later. And the first Ratchet and Clank game was
also 2002.
Okay. So this game and Jak and Daxter were both early PS2 games.
Yeah.
It's not a favorable comparison.
No, Jak and Daxter did so much more with the PS2 than this game did. But it's not surprising. You know, Naughty Dog was always about pushing the boundaries of whatever system they were on.
You know what else is a 2001 game? Paper Mario.
Yep. Super
Nintendo
Smash.
64.
Super Smash Bros. Melee.
It's so strange to think of those two games coming out simultaneously almost.
The Conker's Bad Fur Day was also...
Again, because of the huge leap between N64. Well,
Yeah.
we were talking about Super NES to N64, but N64 to GameCube was also pretty big.
No, yeah, but I'm saying, like, that was, like, the last time I feel like the SD to HD change was pretty big, but, like, that's probably the last time we ever saw, like, a major change, in terms of, like, graphical fidelity or gameplay function, you know, then. But, like, because now the games aren't necessarily the same as they used to be back then, but games now are the same kinds of games that we could have made years ago. Just maybe, like, Battle Royales would have been different.
Was the game.
I like how I can blow up Wumpa Fruit for no reason. You know about Blinks? Yeah, I know about Blinks. That was going to be
sure existed.
It was going to be the Xbox's mascot. Because they were concerned that Halo was going to make people think the Xbox was only for adults. And they really wanted that kid market. And that's why they made Blinks. And they poised him as the mascot. And he was going to be... And he was Xbox exclusive.
And nothing really came of it.
There was a sequel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was kind of too realistic looking.
The sequel was not liked by the fans of the first game. Mostly, one, you don't play as Blinks. You play as your own character. You can, like, make your own time sweeper. And then Blinks is, like, some other character in the world. And then the gameplay just wasn't as fun. I want to get Blinks.
Yeah?
Yeah. I want to get and play Blinks because I want to have more games for my Xbox. We'll have the Shooty Bang Bang M-rated Space Marine as our mascot. Yeah, they really, like, at first were worried that Halo was gonna, like, gimp their potential to reach a larger audience, but it turns out that most people were buying an Xbox to play Halo.
I never really... I remember thinking there weren't really any, like, games on Xbox that interested me at the time.
Although the Xbox got all the multiplats, so...
I guess, but yeah, so did PS2. It was really hard to compete with the PS2's library.
Of course, the PS2 had an amazing breadth of exclusives, as well as getting almost every single, third-party game.
Oh, Firelord Ozai.
Hello, Mark Hamill. He's using his, like, Joker voice.
He's really liked voicing villains after
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker.
He said that he's done voicing Joker.
Oh, yeah?
He only wants to voice Joker if Kevin Conroy was voicing Batman. And Kevin Conroy is dead.
Yeah. What exclusives did Xbox have? I remember.
So
Halo,
there was
Fable.
Blinks, Halo, Fable. There was oh gosh, what other exclusives did they have? They had some other ones. There was this one racing game that was like on foot. I can't remember the title of it, but Charles Martinet played a lizard, and he used his Luigi voice. I can't think.
I remember like a very
Mad Dash Racing, I think it was called, and that was exclusive to the Xbox.
There was a very raunchy, like, TV game show type party game.
Yes! Was that Xbox exclusive?
I think it was.
I don't remember the name of it, but I know what you're talking about. Shrek Extra Large was Xbox exclusive.
Whacked.
Whacked. Yes. Compared to the PlayStation's Buzz. I remember seeing ads for Buzz all the time. It was always in the print ads in my Nintendo Power.
I would like that game.
Buzz is a pretty competent trivia game. If you like trivia games, you'll probably like Buzz.
I remember being surprised to see it in PS All Stars.
Well, it is a Sony property. Yeah, Buzz is we know Buzz is Sony. Oh my gosh. What's down there?
Boxes.
I can't see them. Okay, well, glad
Well,
they
there was
made
a
it.
line of Wumpa fruit leading you down there.
Yeah. Well, I missed. The only reason I was down there is because I missed the platform, so I was panicking because I thought there was nothing. I thought there was nothing under the boxes. Is there still? Okay, nothing. Just making sure. The Xbox exclusive stat. Who do we got? Somebody. Yeah. So Shrek Extra Large was supposed to show off the power of the Xbox. And that game was exclusive. Well, it was exclusive on launch. It later got ported to the GameCube and the PS2 with just the title Shrek. In fact,
Apparently Europe names all of their Castlevania games just Castlevania.
what are they, just numbered?
No, just Castlevania.
That's strange.
It is very bizarre.
Ow. Isn't it the other way around title-wise? Is it the other way around? Was the Xbox one just called Shrek and then the GameCube one was Shrek Extra Large? You might be right. I know that the GameCube... I know that the GameCube version has a unique... of that game has a unique... like, if you fall out of bounds, the game spawns you inside, like, an in-game recreation of the internals of a GameCube. So it's like Shrek fell out of the game. It's such a weird thing.
One of the Rabbids games did that, didn't they, with the Wiimote?
Yeah. But you were supposed to know about that. Okay, Shrek. Shrek. That's not Shrek! This is how we keep Shrek real. We gotta no-clip him. They knew the game was broken. I've told you guys about this before, but I have the manual for Sonic 1, and it warned... I can't remember if it's Sonic 1 or 2's manual that warns you that Eggman has put devious traps in the game that Sonic can't escape out of, which is basically like Sonic gets stuck in the wall, and they say, like, restart your Sega console to fix it.
Okay. I've never seen that happen in Sonic 1. Was it known for being glitchy?
Well, the Sonic 1, 2, and 3 all had a tendency for Sonic to go so fast that sometimes he'd get stuck in walls. And sometimes Sonic wouldn't be able to get out.
I think it was the Atari Jaguar version of Doom had in the... It technically featured online play, but it was so bad that the manual mentioned sometimes while playing with online people, it's you'll experience hell magic, which is what was their explanation for the lag.
Great. Great, I made it. Okay, cool. These bonus stages are a lot less kinetic.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel as fun to blast through them.
I can see that.
Could have sworn there was something off to the right.
Nope.
Guess not. There's Kryptonite Fog. That was what was really said. And it's essentially... basically, it's that the fog in Superman 64 is green.
Is there a purpose to that?
Render distance.
Is there a purpose to it being kryptonite?
Oh, so they can have, like, a plausible explanation for why Superman can't see very far?
Okay.
It doesn't do anything gameplay-wise aside of just preventing you from seeing very far. And I can't crawl under this.
I think you can, actually.
Wow.
Doesn't look like you should be able to.
Oh!
Oh.
We got a death route.
Well, is this gonna...
Oh, this is... I might as well get it now. I can get it and then
to the
die.
end, get the gem and then die, yeah.
Yeah. I've heard of this one. Okay.
Just crouch under it.
I don't think I can. Dang it, now I lost it. Oh well. I crouch so slowly. Crawl so slowly, rather.
He moves really slowly on the hanging things in this game as well.
Oh, that's true. The monkey bars. Yeah, it's gone.
Which was not the case even in Crash 2. It was actually pretty quick on those.
Okay, I can crawl under these.
It begs the question of why you can do this, because that makes it essentially the same obstacle as the red blades.
Yeah. Alright, we'll just come back for this. It doesn't take a long time to get here. It just, for me, it took a while because I'm trying to get everything. Oh, okay. Well, I spun the wizard. Man, look at all those boxes.
Bit of a high box count game.
Yeah, not as high as Crash 4, but pretty high box counts. But although they liked, I think it's mostly because they seem to really like sticking a bunch of boxes together in the same location.
A lot of nitros too.
Yeah. Alright, I don't have to watch it, but like sometimes I just check anyway.
No, I get it. I'm paranoid as well.
Because then if you, like, miss it, then you don't know if it's because it didn't blow up what you thought it was going to blow up, or...
I'm always especially worried about if I, like, jump on a bonus platform before they blow up. Because then it's like, well, it's not going to save it.
Yeah.
You see those appear up there?
Oh, yeah. Well, I can get back up there. Oh, shoot. There we go.
It's nice that they have like a soft rubber pad so that Crash's death isn't too brutal.
Not, well, maybe it's more brutal because a soft thing would take longer to kill you. I think we've all seen, well, maybe not, but I remember I remember this one YouTube video called The Killer with the Extremely Ineffective Weapon.
Yeah.
And he just has a spoon. And he just whacks you with the spoon. But he never leaves or goes away, so he just keeps whacking you with the spoon.
Terrible.
Terrible.
Brutal.
I mean, after a certain point, it's gonna get rough, and then if he keeps whacking you, eventually he'll, like, get under the skin, right? And that'll hurt. That'll hurt like crazy. Death route time. So out of the classic games, which Crash game did you enjoy the most?
2.
Is it? No, I'm sorry. Outside of, not out of. Was it this one, or was it like? Did you have a surprisingly good time in one of the other ones?
I think I ranked them recently in a Discord chat. My ranking for the Crash games is 2, then 4, then 1, and then 3, Wrath of Cortex and Crash Bash.
Mm.
And any besides those they're okay. Oh, maybe not okay.
I would probably put it at 2, 3, 1, 4, and then Wrath of Cortex. And CTR is CTR would probably be on par with Crash 2 and Crash 3, like put it in the middle of there.
I don't come back to the kart racing games very often.
Neither do I, but I like them, and it's basically like Diddy Kong Racing in terms of control, with a lot more skill focus, so that's why I like it. I think it's pretty well put together. Nitro Kart is basically the same thing in terms of like mechanics, although the game itself and the tracks aren't as good.
You don't think so?
No, the tracks are a bit wider. They're a bit less skillful. Not to mention the story's kind of lame.
The story is pretty lame.
Not that the story was amazing in the first game, but it was one of those stories where they give you the setup and then let you go. Didn't you say the next DK game you're doing is Diddy Kong Racing? Maybe. I don't remember. Maybe I did say that. I mean,
gameplay-wise, I think that Nitro Kart just kind of improved on CTR all around.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree entirely. Oh?
Why he spin?
Well, I don't want to do this. Oh, and I lost. You lose Aku Aku for that, don't you? Yep.
Oh. Sorry, what were you saying about the Diddy Kong?
Oh, they were asking me if Diddy Kong Racing was the next DK game I'm gonna do, and I'm thinking, like, maybe did I say that? I don't remember, but that sounds like it because I'm looking at all the other games I have left in the series, and I don't have very many others, so I think that's right. I mean, what other games do I even have? I did DK King of Swing, but that one's open again. I think the only one I haven't done is DK Jungle Climber, the classic arcade DK games, and like all those Game & Watch titles. But
randomizers.
There are some randomizers.
You did them once. You kind of did them in a grab bag stream, and that was before your premiere.
Yes. The bongo games. I've played Jungle Beat on stream. I'm not going to play Conga. I'm not going to play any of them because of copyright. Even if that's not actually, even if they have All Star not sung by Smash Mouth, that's still All Star.
All Star was in the Donkey Kong game?
It was in Donkey Konga, yeah. They have a different song list between different regions. In Japan, they have the Naruto theme.
The first one?
I think so. They have, they also have the Donkey Kong Country show theme in the Japanese version. We didn't get it in the English version. Like, you'd hope there would be more video game music, but there really isn't that much. They had the Zelda theme, they had the Mario theme, they had the DK rap from Melee, not even the whole thing.
So, what is Donkey Kong? I assume it's a rhythm game.
Have you ever played Taiko no Tatsujin?
I'm aware of it.
It's that, basically.
Okay.
You have a left bongo and a right bongo, a clap, and you hit both bongos at once, and those are your maneuvers, and you just match it to the thing on screen. It's just Taiko. I mean, it was made by the same people.
I always figured it was a drumming game. It didn't occur to me that there would be non-Donkey Kong tracks in it.
Yeah, it's got like nursery rhymes and stuff like that.
Diddy Kong Racing is one of the games that has a decomp being worked on it, but I still think it's not very far along.
Ah, shoot. I gotta wait for that loading screen again. Yeah, I checked out the Banjo decomp. It's been sitting at like 98% for over a year now. The Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask decomps are both finished, right?
Ocarina is, Majora is still underway. After which, it sounds like the people who made the Ocarina port are planning to do a Majora one.
Yeah. Well, both were being kind of worked on by the same people, weren't they?
I don't know who's involved with the decomp.
Oh, I meant the decomp for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were both made by the same people.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were. I remember looking into it.
What Spyro games have you played?
1, 2, not 3 yet. I had one on the DS at one point. That was pretty bad. And I played Skylanders Supercharged because that had Donkey Kong in it.
I didn't even know there were games on the DS.
Yeah, they were based off of the Legend of Spyro series. And that series has its own fans.
I pretty much stopped after Enter the Dragonfly, and I am told that the Legend games aren't terrible. I never tried them.
Flippin' Elijah Wood voices Spyro.
That does sound very strange.
I mean, those games are so much more high fantasy than the traditional Spyro fare. Like, I think they're really leaning into it.
I remember seeing them advertised and thinking that it felt very off-genre for Spyro. It felt like a similar sort of attempt to Sonic 06 trying to be so realistic.
After Skylanders, I think a lot of people warmed up to the Legend games. It introduced fan favorite Cinder.
It's like how suddenly the Star Wars prequels don't seem so bad.
Yeah. I think it's mostly just whatever you grew up with, you have more of a chance to forgive. I think that eventually people will say the same thing about the sequels. But then again, the prequels had Clone Wars, so we're gonna need something like that, I guess. Or people's opinion could just change. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of people who really like the, Sonic Unleashed and stuff now.
I heard there's some like insane cat near your house who actually like really loves Sonic 06.
Yeah.
About that?
She's I don't associate. She's not affiliated with me. Not officially, anyway.
That high-speed gameplay.
Yeah.
Riveting action.
Alright, well.
Alright, now entering with 2 masks, maybe. Whatever. I was waiting for you to fall in the gap between the ground and the platform.
Oh, so was I. There was also Spyro A Hero's Tale.
Which was the second in the same series as Enter the Dragonfly.
Yeah. And that one was marginally better. But I don't know if... nobody really talks about that one.
That era of Spyro always had the strangest, most off-putting character designs. That was the same designs they tried to use in, like, Spyro Orange, Crash Purple.
Yeah.
But they looked even worse in sprite form.
Oh, gosh.
It's very unsettling, bug-eyed characters.
A Hero's Tale also brought back Nasty Nork.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Are you kidding?
The Gauntlet.
Cool.
Alright. Well, you still have an attempt until you die here.
Yeah.
I always thought it was strange that they brought, like, Ripto back, but I also can't fully blame them for it since they did that within Spyro 2.
Ripto is also, like, the most popular of the Spyro villains. Yeah. Nasty Nork was basically a nothing at the time.
Yeah.
Like, he was just kind of there. And then, you know, Spyro 2 is not only the most loved of the series at that point, it's also, like... it's also, like, the one that a lot of people have a really high standard for. And then Spyro 3 had the... What was her name? The Countess? The Wizard?
The Empress.
The Empress. And I don't think people really paid too much attention to her as much as they paid attention to Moneybags.
Yeah. Should have gone full Scrappy-Doo. Just make Moneybags the villain of a game. I don't remember if I told you this. Did I mention the Dragon Ball GT game on PlayStation?
No.
It has, it came out before... What? Dragon Ball Z was dubbed, but GT wasn't. It has its own totally unique voice cast, with Steve Bloom as Goku, and Vegeta is voiced by Milton James, Moneybags.
Huh.
He just does the Moneybags voice for Vegeta.
Do you think it fits?
No, it doesn't fit at all. And there's like the fusion characters like Gogeta, which just ends up being Steven Bloom and Moneybags screaming at the same time.
Crash was at the Universal Studios Park. Yes, he was actually there for a long time. I think the last time somebody reported seeing him there was in 2014.
Spyro looks better in his Twin Sanity cameo. He did have a cameo in that, didn't he?
Yeah, because they were in the alternate dimension with the twins, and then they found the treasure, and they were like, we'll take that back, and then Cortex went, but I think he wants his gems back, and then they get torched. It's I mean, Spyro was always playing second fiddle to Crash, and it's kind of a shame. Because I think that the classic Spyro games are ultimately the only ones that are, like, really great games.
Yeah.
You know, the Legends games have their fans, but it's just not... for me, it just doesn't compare to the tight gameplay of the first three games. I think the other thing about 2 that people really like is it introduced the mission structure. And people really liked that mission structure compared to just the open levels.
Yeah.
Tsunami. Oh, this is a Coco level. The remake of Spyro seemed more like it was a formality than it was an honest attempt at bringing Spyro back into the forefront. Bonk. Does the remake compare? What, the Spyro remake?
It's a good remake.
Yeah, I mean, the Crash and Spyro remakes are both very good. My favorite Spyro game is the first one, because it doesn't, like, you don't unlock any abilities or anything, really. You just collect everything in the level and move on. A lot like Jak 1.
Yeah. I do like the addition of the missions in the mini-games with the orbs in Spyro 2.
I did 100% Spyro 2. And I expect to 100% Spyro 3 as well.
It's a fun game.
So we're not in Japan anymore, we're in China.
I guess. Because with the rickshaws?
And the Chinese lettering on the signs and the lanterns.
Well, this is a mid-2000s American production, so it's just all vague Asia.
You're right. Oh, I can't go that way. Even though there's very clearly floor. Then again, this level is also called Tsunami, so that's more of a Japan thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like making a level based off of California and calling it Earthquake.
I watch Joel streams, and sometimes he mentions that Sweden just kind of has, well, it's like rural Sweden. Northern Sweden just has vague Asian restaurants.
Uh-huh.
They don't bother having like Chinese or Japanese. It's just everything.
Right. I mean, yeah, in a lot of rural areas, if they have one, they'll have like one that does like everything. Okay, yeah, this is clearly just some sort of mix. I wonder if Coco gets death roots.
I don't think this level has a death route. I think it does have a gem path.
You should 100% Spyro 3. I will. I mean, is there something wrong with 100%ing Spyro 3? Is it particularly hard?
No.
I didn't think so.
It's very comparable to Spyro 2. There are more mini games than Spyro 2, I would say, on average. There's the infamous skate parks.
Do you like Hunter's redesign?
He was redesigned?
In the in the Reignited games.
Not really. I don't hate it, but
Just kind of looks like a generic furry.
yeah. Well, he's always been like a dude bro kind of character, which that does capture. I do kind of miss his derpiness.
I was gonna say do you miss his like big weird mouth, his hinge mouth?
Did have it. What's wrong with him? We don't know. So this is another case where I think you have to hold a button in order to actually outrun the thing chasing you.
Yeah, but I don't know which button it is. It's not X.
Circle?
Let's try we could try circle. Oh, it counted me? Okay. Oh, I can see that the boxes are gone back there.
Yeah, it always saves after you do a bonus, regardless of where you check.
It's circle.
Yeah, scoot.
I don't know if the tsunami counts as breaking the boxes.
I don't know if it does either.
Oh, it does. It breaks. I saw it just break the box. Cool.
This is a pretty far checkpoint from the start of the actual tsunami section.
Yeah. Oh, not that far. They really seem unfazed.
Yeah, they're just going about it. This is a normal Tuesday for them.
Right, right.
I haven't heard about tsunamis that often, but typhoons are a huge thing in Japan.
Well, the tsunami was like the... I mean, you've seen Shin Godzilla, right?
No.
No? Oh, never mind. That movie was about, as opposed to the original being about the atomic bomb, the Shin Godzilla was about Japan's response to the tragedy of the 2012 tsunami. It was a criticism of the government, actually. So, like, you know, they're important enough for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that blocks the tsunami.
Dropped by a door.
Why didn't I think of that? Hello. Wait, let me break this.
Ah. Does it not break every crate? Because I noticed some of them weren't like shattering under the water. Also, now that you can't do this, by the way.
What?
Just FYI, because you blew up the nitros.
Well, now I didn't.
Yeah, true.
Why do I need the nitros for this?
Because there are like areas you have to bounce on this path that the nitros blow up.
Oh, I see.
A little bit of a dick move. You can't do both gems at the same time.
Yes, I can. I can get the gem, kill myself, and do this.
Yeah, true. You like precision platforming as Coco.
Oh, boy, do I.
I didn't see any other boxes you missed, so I have to assume it must have been some of the tsunami things.
Yeah, I like me some jazzy platforming. Gosh, I hate this kick, though. Hate the perspective, too.
These are some mean jumps
These
in this
are.
section.
I guess since I'm here, I might as well do this, right? Because, like, what's the use? I can't get the box gem. I don't even see those things that the nitro are for.
Not yet.
How long is this section?
You think Sonic is off fighting Perfect Chaos somewhere right now?
Nah, he wasn't doing that here. It wasn't in the countryside. He was in the city. Oh, gosh. There it is. Wow, yeah.
Some sturdy paper lanterns.
Son of a gun! He escaped from the city. No, that was in Sonic Adventure 2.
She looks like a pudgy little baby. The model of this game.
Oh, wow.
But how does the fish kill the bandicoot?
They could have just... they could have just given me a spin like they do in the newer games instead of this kick thing. This martial arts kick. That's...
They wanted to, like, distinguish her from Crash.
I get it.
They could have just not made the move so bad.
They could have made it last longer. They could have made her do a kick spin. I mean, you start to really miss the slide jump and the double jump.
Assuming she doesn't have the double jump, yeah.
Nah, I don't have the double jump.
I like the idea of having Coco levels being, like, back to Crash 1 again. Just better execution.
Yeah. Why does it take so long for me to die?
The fish kills her with a spoon.
They've made Coco look a lot older in the newer games.
Of all the Crash characters, she's been redesigned the most.
Yeah, she's like so many different designs.
It's like every PS2 game.
And then in Mind Over Mutant and Crash of the Titans, both her and Crunch got 2 new designs. I'm wondering why.
They kind of redesigned everyone in those games, which
yeah, but they redesigned them again in Mind Over Mutant. Like, while Cortex had the same design, Cortex and Nina had a similar design. Tiny wasn't in Mind Over Mutant. He skipped that one.
Crash and Aku Aku look the same across both games?
Crash is slightly redesigned. Slightly. It's very slight.
They have the tats in both.
Yes. Not really sure what that's about.
Coco got the Tiny Kong treatment in Crash Nitro Kart. Very teenage.
He wasn't funny enough for cutscenes. What? Crash?
Tiny?
Dang it. Oh, Tiny. Tiny Tiger, not Tiny Kong.
I wonder if anyone saved all the... Are you aware of, like, the string of, like, apparently Crash mobile games? Like, the racing games?
Yes. Categoris did a video about those, and he got a lot of them. Ugh, I hate this perspective. You know what would be better? If the camera was above.
Yeah.
Like, if they just moved it up and back. Pull the camera back.
But we want you to be able to see all of the fine detail that the PS2 can render.
You're right.
Look at these graphics.
I can't see the shadow until on the tops of those boxes until I'm almost off.
Is the camera so low because it has to go under the things hanging overhead?
It might.
You can do it. I believe.
You're kidding.
Also, be careful not to enter the exit without getting the gem.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty easy to slip in there.
Crash on the Run is ripped, so is the old kart game. There were multiple Crash mobile kart games.
Yeah,
I don't
there
know
was.
why they did that.
It was
with
Crash
them, but-
Nitro Kart 2 was the 3D one, and that's also where Yaya Panda came from.
Yeah. Which kind of that itself raises the question of is the Crash universe just populated by all of these animals now?
I mean,
originally the idea was that Cortex was making them.
Yeah, but Tawna already looked like she did before he even did anything.
Yeah.
So did Crash. Like, Crash had those pants on before, right?
Yeah.
Takes are so long to drown. Like, geez Louise, lady.
Have some courtesy.
Die faster. They're giving me more and more Aku Aku, even though I don't need them.
Does not help in this section.
I guess it does a little if I, like, die to the fish, which I have done at least once. Crash was a wombat? No, Crash was a wombat in,
Before he was Crash.
Yeah, before he was... No, Crash was a wombat before, yeah, before they turned him into a...
So Willy the
Bandicoot.
Wombat was like the prototype.
Or at least Willy the Wombat was the name that one of the higher-ups at Universal liked, and they thought that was such a lame name.
It's pretty lame.
And there was also a character on Tasmania with that name.
I wonder if there's crossover art of
Gosh.
Tiny and Taz.
Probably.
Them both being Tasmanian tigers.
Taz is a Tasmanian devil.
Oh, that's right.
How about Ty and Tiny? They're both Tasmanian tigers. Taz doesn't even really have a name. He's just the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah.
But he calls himself Taz. Gosh.
I'm getting Beanie Babies. No one remembers Ty.
Ty the Tasmanian tiger.
Wasn't that game series like sponsored by the Australian government or something?
Are you thinking of Cow the Kangaroo?
I don't think so. Let me
I
double
don't
check.
remember. It could have been either, if I'm totally honest. But man, Ty 2 and 3 are so different from the first game.
What changed?
More combat-oriented stuff, as well as mechs. Called bunyips. Son of a gun! I can't get out! Okay, that's why it takes so long for her to die sometimes.
Remember when Sonic was going to have a Tawna-esque girlfriend named Madonna?
Yeah. Well, I remember that was a thing they were considering. I don't remember when it happened.
think it was pre-Sonic 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was before Sonic 1. It was never going to be like a... It was just one of those things they came up with when they were throwing around a bunch of different ideas. Like, how does no one remember Ty? His games got re-released like 2 years ago. Just because no one cares about Ty. He was lame when he came out, and he's kind of lame now. The games are alright, but...
The most memorable thing about Ty is his side mouth. It keeps me up at night.
It's not so much a... It's supposed to be, like, he's growling, and that's why his teeth are showing like that. And it's, like, accentuated like crazy. But
he does it
but
all
then
the
when...
time.
Yeah, but he does it all the time, and when he talks in 3D cutscenes, that just moves, and that's disturbing. Because the girl Tasmanian Tiger doesn't do that. But Sly does.
He also just kind of looks angry all the time.
Even though he's supposed to be the not angry one. Then you've seen the commercial for that, right? Where it's Sonic, Crash, and Spyro in the like the ICU.
And is that was a commercial for Ty?
Yeah. They're like covered in
I've seen
bandages
that.
in the hospital, and then he like turns around and goes boo, and they all freak out.
That was a popular thing that these mascots games did at the
Yeah.
time.
They would all
Hey,
pick
you
on
did
each
it.
other. Those jumps suck. Guess I gotta redo this level, huh? And there's no, like, upgrades I can get to make this better later.
Nope, not for Coco. I wonder if more people are going to play Gex with the re-release, or more likely there's going to be... Oh, that existed. Okay, move on.
No premarital Gex. Okay. That's just a different white jet.
Different white, yeah.
It's not even...
Well, they can't all be colored gems.
I have a taste for some deep-fried bandicoot.
In his teeth.
I don't know what he said, but I'm guessing it was a one-liner.
He's got a taste for some deep-fried bandicoot.
Oh.
And he's got his teeth that makes it sound like he's going... Gex 1 is pretty bad. Oh, Gex 1's a fine 2D platformer. I played it. Played it recently.
I didn't like it.
You didn't like it?
No. I only owned Gex 2 as a kid, and so I bought Gex 1 thinking that it was Gex 2.
That's annoying. It's Gex, Gex 3D, and then Gex Enter the Gecko.
Maybe it was Enter the Gecko that I had. I don't remember. I remember the one I had as a kid was 3D, and I didn't like that either, so I didn't get very far. You're going for all boxes now.
Oh, that's right. I'm like so used to going for death roots. No, Enter the Gecko is 2.
Yeah.
Is it Gex 3D Enter the Gecko? Because 3D is 2.
Gex series.
I think that Gex could work with a reboot if they, like, made it so that now all of his references are completely out of date, and there's, like, younger characters who think he's lame.
Gex Enter the Gecko, Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko.
Oh. And he had a human girlfriend in that one.
I still don't think he'd be that endearing. I think that'd kind of just be like, I don't know, Johnny Bravo.
You don't like Johnny Bravo?
I mean, I do, but I'm old. Like, if you tried to do a character like like an Elvis parody today, all the kids would just think he was lame and not get any of his references. Oh, you gotta lose the mask.
Yeah. I mean, there's another mask here, so I could just get it later.
You could try to like update Gex's jokes, but even then,
I'm not saying
it would
update
eventually
him.
become
I think like doing a meta narrative about Gex just being kind of lame would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
And he would still do all these lame like 90s jokes. He'd be talking about Pauly Shore.
Well, I guess in theory those should be destroyed by the nitros, but I don't know. I don't trust it.
That's a good point. They should be destroyed by the nitros.
Because the ones in, like, the first level, the ice, the death route or whatever,
Yeah?
those had boxes adjacent to nitros that would be destroyed.
Yeah, they did.
You don't have to time it. You can just hold the jump button.
Oh, you're right. She did a cool flip, though.
It's a pretty cool flip.
It's like doing a backflip into a casket. Be about reality TV, adult cartoons, and sitcoms. That's what his references were to before. Except they had, like, a bunch of movie jokes.
I think if they tried to update Gex, his jokes would just all be memes.
Yeah, it'd be like Gex saying, "I can has cheeseburger." Make the memes outdated too.
Yeah. This is just like one of my Five Nights at Freddy's YouTube videos.
The other PNG avatar looks like Mr. Stick. Oh, they're saying you look like Mr. Stick from from Pizza Tower.
I don't remember who Mr. Stick is.
He was the orange guy with the suit.
Oh yeah, that guy.
It's okay, I created you.
Thank you, Father.
You're welcome.
At the branch path, the right side has a crate.
Yes, I need to go there, but I'm having a hard time.
See, that doesn't look like it broke, that crate.
You're right.
If you press triangle, you can see in real time if they're breaking.
Yeah, good point. Also, hello there, Invisity. I guess I'll say Invisity. I'm Wickersham Leader. The only Toon VTuber, I think. I've been wrong before. It's been on record. I've been incorrect.
You know.
Okay, well. It sounds like it's being broken. Here's what I'll do. I'll get to the end and hit the nitro crate, and if I don't get it, I'll kill myself. I'll avoid the checkpoint, because if I'm one off, then I know I just need to hit the checkpoint. They made Gex Jr. into a... The Gex Jr. into a full game would be all internet memes. Yeah, I mean, that's... So that thing I was actually mentioning, that's basically what Gex Jr. was going to be. Gex has, like, a son, and all of his...
Was it Gex Jr. posited?
There was a... Huh?
Was this, like, proposed?
Yeah, it was
Gex
proposed.
Jr.?
It was going to be, like, a sequel, and that... Basically, it's that all of... That... Gex had a son who thought he was lame and didn't get all of his references.
I don't see anywhere else the Gex franchise could go besides that.
They could just fully embrace the 90s cheese and just keep it the same. They could just set it in the 90s. Would Dana Carvey come back?
What's he been up to?
I don't know.
Not much. With the turtle guest starring the turtle guy. I think the Tony Hawk series should have stayed in the 90s.
Huh. Well, that one broke.
People like
Those
the underground games for their gameplay. They're very crass. They're very jackass.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me see.
We're missing more this time.
What's it like? Crash, Wrath of Cortex, Tsunami.
I didn't miss any back here, did I? Coco just refuses to go back there. You know Crow 64? I've never heard of Crow 64. Oh, I missed these.
It looks like there's some cheeky boxes in the bonus.
Oh, really? Then I guess we gotta restart, don't we? Hallelujah!
Did it not have like an X out of Y in the bonus crates?
I guess it did, and I just didn't pay attention.
I liked the remakes of 1 and 2. Remakes of what? 1 and 2? Gex?
It was some random creepypasta, but I think it's a real thing. Crow 64 does not sound real.
Oh, Tony Hawk. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the remakes. The remakes were great.
Catastrophe
I'm
Crow
talking more
64.
about like Tony Hawk's Underground, where it got really like toilet humor kind of writing.
Catastrophe Crow is an ARG surrounding an unreleased N64 game, Catastrophe Crow. Okay. That's what it is. Goodness me. These loading times are starting to grate on me. I was fine with it at the beginning, but now it's starting to become an issue.
Build up.
I realize this level is actually pretty short. Like, it's just this U-turn.
Yeah.
And then it's up here. You break some boxes. You do the bonus room, and then there's the tsunami part, and then it's over. It's like the half of this level is in the half of this level is in the what is it, the gem path.
I don't mind that. I appreciate short crash levels.
No, I appreciate it too. I just didn't realize it because it takes me so long to finish some of these parts that I'm like, huh. All right, so let's take a look and see where the cheeky boxes are.
I like that the bonus platform just kind of phased through a piece of wood as it was traveling there.
It's magic. Don't gotta explain it.
Okay, I see them. You see them?
See what? Where? Those? Oh! Wow. Those were
that
the...
accounts. That accounts for the 3 we were missing the first time.
That does. What
I
about
don't
all
know
those
what
other
was
ones?
after that? You didn't detonate those, by the way.
What? I landed perfectly in the middle?
Yep.
Then there's a bunch of nitro, right? Yeah. So there's probably 4. Yeah, there's 4. So that makes up for the rest. Got this lame invincibility.
Oh, just wait, it's even lamer in Twinsanity.
Oh yeah, no music.
Sorry, we had to get the game out in time for Christmas. We didn't have time for music. Or to animate Crash's face during cutscenes. Or to have voice acting for all our characters.
Huh.
Or to not make it really easy to reset the story by walking back to the flag of the first story cutscene.
Yeah. Dang it. So Insanity has... Yes, it has music. Son of a gun. It has music, but it doesn't have invincibility music. I mean, the music in that game is very unique. And I kind of like it, because it kind of fits... at that time, Crash looked... During that period in Crash, he looked absolutely deranged. And the music kind of fit that. Like, it's almost like the music is Crash's personality. Okay, well... The tsunami does break all the boxes. Breaks everything else, why wouldn't it break the boxes? Excuse me, sir! Why are you... Get your corn out of your ears! Flip and look around you!
Are these lab assistants?
They don't look like lab assistants. The ninjas do, but not the rickshaw drivers.
Who made this footpath?
No idea.
Be fired.
Well, this footpath is fine. There's a tsunami going through it is all.
Well, no, the wooden part that was like full of holes and everything.
Oh, that
Get
part.
That guy out
yeah.
of Public Works.
Yeah, no bueno. Mr. Electric, you should have them expelled.
All right, check our gem. Finally.
There we go. Took way too many attempts. This isn't, you know, although on the whole, this game isn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be terrible, but this is fine. This is fine. Like, I'm not, this isn't amazing. I don't think it's as good as the classics. It doesn't feel as nice to control, but, you know, I got used to it. This is just more Crash, and that's not really a problem.
I think it's generally inoffensive, and people are just kind of underwhelmed and remember it poorly.
I mean, if you were a kid, you probably had a way worse time with this.
And if you're a kid, you had nothing better to do.
Yeah. I played so much Sonic Heroes when I was a kid.
That was, I considered that my favorite Sonic game until I streamed it with Jack, and many things were pointed out to me.
It's definitely one of my favorites.
The whole thing where you have to like stop and fight groups of enemies very slowly with hit points really kind of doesn't mesh with the Sonic continuous flow game style.
There are ways around it. So there are 6 warp rooms, you said?
There's 5 plus the secret one.
Okay, so I'll try to finish this world, and then we'll call it. I don't remember what Pyro's boss battle is. Nor do I remember the next one, which is Lalo.
Probably gonna be Crunch, except he's on fire and still very like not really intimidating.
Yeah.
So the motorcycle levels don't return. However, there is this one level in the game.
And I can't go backwards.
Correct, just like the motorcycle levels. I think you can fall in a pit to reset, unlike the motorcycles.
Hmm.
Those ones are annoying because they just, if you fall, they just respawn you.
Yeah.
You have to go back to the warp room. I feel like they saw people going really slow for the boxes for the gem, and the motorcycle levels, and so this vehicle feels like it punishes you for going slow.
Yeah. I'm gonna go slow.
The retro achievements actually, I think there's a thing in this game where it won't give you the gem unless you also get in first. Maybe I'm thinking of Relic. You're good.
My gosh.
Which is very annoying because you can't do the thing where you just like wait for the racers to clear the track before starting the time trial.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny's competing.
Yeah, well, they're all competing. It's Dingodile, Tiny, Engine, and I can't see who's in the last one, but it's probably Entropy.
We got all these characters, but we can't use them for bosses, so they'll just
they'll just appear occasionally.
Reduced to mooks.
Yeah, pretty much. This song reminds me a lot of Toy Story on Super Nintendo. But it's the same developers. I don't know if it's the same composer.
There was a Super Nintendo Toy Story game?
Yeah, it's the first movie was 95.
So I'm guessing it was a 2D platform.
Yeah, with pre-rendered graphics. Why does this have an up arrow on it? What use is that?
Uh-oh. Crash. Hit reverse.
Do something. Come on. Whoops.
He looks so proud of himself in the bottom left there.
Is there a checkpoint? No, there's not.
Oh, it's a race, so...
There's only 34 boxes, too, so... Okay.
The retro achievement set for this game has one for getting all the boxes while also winning the race.
Hmm.
That was painful. I didn't enjoy that.
It was made with Silicon graphics computers. It was made with the same rendering technology at Pixar, because because back in the 90s, Disney Interactive was newly founded, and they really cared about making, like, good-looking games, at least, if not good games. And that slowly slipped over the years, because Disney Interactive helped work with Toy Story, Mickey Mania, Pocahontas, Hercules, and those Pocahontas and Hercules are actually very surprisingly good games.
It's Emperor's New Groove on the PS1 I grew up with. That was a very good platformer. Actually, by the same devs as Croc. So they learned from Croc.
Is it better than Croc?
Yeah.
And you get to play as a llama too.
A llama with one.
You're kidding.
Cusco was more endearing to me than Gex.
I mean, that makes sense.
The Aladdin and Lion King games were famously very good on the Genesis.
Yes. The Lion King game on the Genesis is the same as the one on the Super Nintendo, but the Aladdin one is totally different.
They were made by two different studios, right? The Aladdin ones?
The Aladdin one on Super Nintendo was Capcom. And
the Genesis one is much more fondly remembered, and that was the one that was on the recent
re-release collection. Yeah, and that one had Disney Interactive involved. Capcom actually made some more Disney games. They made the Mickey... Oh my gosh, are you serious? They made the Mickey Mouse and, like, the Great Circus Mystery games. Just, like, flippin' take me.
I hate this vehicle. This is, like, bottom 3 levels in the game.
This is really hard to control. Like, just driving to finish is one thing. Getting all the boxes seems to be another.
Getting to the end would be fine. The gem is just awful.
Well, the nice thing, at least, is once I get the gem, I can kill myself.
Oh, it's something to look forward to.
If there's a pit afterwards.
I think the gem is just, like, right at the end of the level.
Probably. So I'll have to wait the loading
zones.
screen. Yeah.
So the Toy Story Super NES, they tried to do a thing similar to, like, Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The movie was in 3D. It was CGI, rather.
It definitely, I'm looking at, like, visuals from it. It definitely has that stink of developers who care way more about animation and appearance than the actual gameplay.
The Game Hut guy talked about that. this game a lot. And he talks about a lot of the technology that went into making the visuals, and the game does look good. And it's a fun playthrough. It's one of those games that you gotta, like, sit down and, like, learn, you know, to figure out how to deal with it. And, like, it feels satisfying when you get it. I did it again! Oh my gosh!
It sucks so much trying to go slow with this thing. That is the trait with a lot of those kinds of games, is that the character is just way too big on the screen.
Yeah. Like, I'm so... Ugh.
Hey, what if we took a vehicle and removed the tires and put it on ice?
Oh! Now you're thinking.
You know, the better drift you have, the more fun a racing game is, right? So we'll make a racing game that's only drifting. I don't know why George Lucas is pitching this idea.
We'll make a racing game that's only drifting. See, it's the key to the whole thing.
It's a funnier idea than we've ever had.
You know that episode 2 was in production before it had a real title. It was called Jar Jar's Big Adventure.
Was it really?
Yeah, because they knew everyone hated Jar Jar.
They really didn't. Did you ever play Episode 1 Racer on the N64?
I have not, but I've heard from a lot of people how good that game is.
It's a very great F-Zero-like racing game.
Mm-hmm.
But they really didn't do much with, like, fan service in Star Wars games in that era. The characters are all just like the racers
that were in the movie. Yeah.
You don't have, like, you can't race as Darth Vader or even like Jar Jar.
No. You can race as Anakin.
You can, with him screaming the whole race.
The PS2 version is Darth Vader. I don't think Episode 1 Pod Racer was... I think that's Bombad Racing.
The PS2 game was the sequel to Episode 1 Racer. I haven't played it, but I'm aware it has more characters.
Hmm. Gotta make sure we inch along here, just very carefully. We don't want to miss anything.
Oh, we got 9 more months. Do that on May the 4th stream. I think I did that a couple of years ago. I got... It's on Steam, but they kind of just threw it on Steam without testing to see if it actually worked, and it doesn't.
It's the PC version, right?
Yeah. And it was not, like, controller compatible. So
strange, because they have, like, a version of it on, like, Switch and Xbox and stuff, and that version, like, works. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can do that, do the Switch version. I had to resort to just doing the...
Or I could get the N64 version or the PS1 version.
I didn't know it was on the PS1.
Gosh!
Eventually. This is the final boss of the stream.
And I never have to do anything like this again after this level?
No, this is the only level like this.
Good.
The only other level that this vehicle is used in was the one where we're driving from the rhinos.
Yeah. There are so many, like, ways to miss because there are times where it forces you to go really fast.
Yeah.
And then you just miss the box. Oh, goodness.
I guess in theory you could maintain full speed and, like, memorize the entire level boxes, but that would take even longer.
Are you get out of the vehicle! Just, oh gosh. It has the same tracks. Oh.
Well, that makes sense for a sequel.
I don't know. Most racers, they expect new tracks.
It's not unheard of to bring tracks from old games back.
No, but all the tracks are the same, right? That's what Conker's saying.
It has the same tracks. I just assume
Has
that to
some-
mean the
oh,
tracks
okay.
return, but there are also new ones in addition to those.
I thought he was saying that they were only the old ones. Whew. Gotta flipping go so slowly here.
This isn't even like a proper desert. This is a road. Why aren't we just in like a car?
It's a buggy.
Why does this buggy have so little traction on tarmac?
I have no idea. Well, at least you get a whole bunch of lives every time. It's sandy. What am I, like, doing the sand equivalent of hydroplaning? Every time?
You know what's funny about the pod racing game is that there's ice sections.
And you still get affected by ice?
With lower with lower traction on floating vehicles.
They probably have an in-universe explanation for it or something.
This is Sunday driving for all the boxes. 2 miles an hour.
14 boxes to go. Excuse me, 15 boxes to go.
I think you could dodge the boost and just, like, propel over the gap.
Yeah. Gravity field, they say. Hmm. I can't see in front of me. There's the box.
I can't wait for you to miss the 34th box on the level.
Or this one.
Yeah, I think I remember that being the worst one.
What else does this level have?
You could just get the crystal and come back later. It's not going to be any easier next time.
No.
Looks like they're more or less pretty free after that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just waiting for it at the end. Tires rotating.
I'm gonna get the gem. I'm gonna just.
Do you need to get the gem first? We don't need to, but
I like getting the gem and like it's on the fine. I'll try to get the crystal. That's probably easy enough, right? This thing cannot turn. Wow. Ever heard of Windy and Breezy? No. I don't know
considering
what that is.
Considering that's Adriana, I'm assuming those are cartoon characters.
Probably. It's the Conquer music. Yeah, Windy and Company.
Oh, sorry, pesky.
We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this, mark my words. Walter Lance Cairns of 58 to 59. Well, there it is. Yeah. No, I've never heard of them.
Was this level 3 in the warp room or level 4?
This is level 3 in the warp room. We can just stop after this one. Like, if I knew this is gonna take me this long, I was like, Son of a gun.
Maybe this will be a thing where you come back fresh and then you get it first try.
Yeah, you're right. We'll just finish the race and then we can worry about getting the boxes. Like, man, you'd think that, like, with how slow I'm going, that it'd be a cinch. Dingo dial. Come on. I almost entertained the idea that I would get them all during this race somehow.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm gonna. Basically, a bear and his cubs, sort of like Yogi Bear. Okay. Can I move? Thank you. Yeah, this race is pretty easy.
But actually racing, I think I like this more than the motorcycle levels because
Yeah.
it's like actually racing in AI.
Yeah.
But God, trying to get all the boxes.
Right. Well, I mean, overall, this playthrough has been pretty painless, minor a few, like, problematic places. I think I'm probably gonna... we might finish this on Thursday. Depends on how tomorrow goes.
Yeah, I'm now anticipating 3 streams.
Yeah, I was anticipating 2, but given my struggles with these, yeah. I mean, I'm literally playing this blind. I've never played this before, so just gotta head back and save the game.
We've got the other type of level which I consider the worst yet to come. However, at least that one you can deal with by just going slowly, unlike this vehicle.
Right. %. Well, that's gonna be all from me for today. We'll be back tomorrow with more Wrath of Cortex, and Wednesday I'm actually gonna be streaming with my friend Taybun, so be sure to be there for that. And then we'll be back to this on Thursday. So I'll be seeing you guys later. Have yourselves a very good night, and goodbye.